right, I call to order this meeting of the City of Bloomington Board of Zoning Appeals, February 26, 2026. Could I please have a roll call?
Ballard. Here. Burrell. Here. Fernandez. Here. Throckmorton.
Here. We had minutes distributed. Do I have any changes or corrections? If not, I will accept a motion for approval.
So moved.
Do I have a second? Second. Call the question.
Ballard.
Yes.
Burrell.
Yes.
Fernandez.
Yes.
Throckmorton.
Yes. Before moving to the next item on our agenda, reports, resolutions, and communications, I believe we have a piece of old business the board would like to address.
Yeah, I'll make a motion that we amend the agenda to consider an old piece of business.
Second.
I have a motion and a second for the board to hear old business before going on to the reports, resolutions, and communications. Can I have a roll call?
Ballard.
Yes.
Burrell.
Yes.
Fernandez.
Yes.
Throckmorton.
Yes. It's my understanding the old business is being presented by the attorney for the City of Bloomington, and if so, could she please come forward, state her name, and I'll have her present.
Hello, I'm Margie Rice. I'm the Corporation Counsel for the City of Bloomington. I'm signing in here. This is a matter of old business. There was a lawsuit filed against the BZA on October 18th of 2022 related to a matter involving Lamar Advertising and digital billboard that was placed in Bloomington. That cause number is 53 CO6 2210 PL 002156. Again, it's several years old. I have been working with Lamar's counsel to reach a settlement, of which we just discussed in an executive session prior to this regular session. You're not allowed to vote in an executive session. However, I would request that the board vote to delegate to the chair of the BZA the ability to sign a settlement agreement, which I've negotiated, and to then the signature of Lamar has already been secured. So by having the chair sign this, that will show the, and if the board will vote tonight to allow him to give him the authority to settle this on behalf of the BZA, then we will be able to finalize the settlement agreement and get it filed with the court.
Thank you. Anything further from the city?
No.
If not, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move that we provide delegated authority to the chair to execute the settlement agreement.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, call the question.
Ballard.
Yes.
Burrell.
Yes.
Fernandez. Yes. Throckmorton.
Yes, the motion is so moved, and signature will be applied now. You can come.
Okay. Thank you.
Can I just quickly thank the legal department for working through this? I know it was a long slog, and we really appreciate it.
Okay. What we have tonight is a lot on our agenda, but first we do have a petition that's continued until March 26, 2026, and that is ZR 2026-01-0001, Michael Burnett and Heidi Beininger Burnett. That will be heard next month. The petitions tonight are as follows in this order: ZR 2025-12-0114, Paul Pruitt and Keith Klein. We have ZR 2025-12-0115, Value Built, Inc. ZR 2025-12-0116, H&E Reynolds, LLC. ZR 2025-12-0117, Rusty Wampler. ZR 2025-12-0119, Monroe County School Corporation. And ZR 2026-02-0002, JC Bank. Is that correct, Eric?
Yeah, we had one actual other item under reports, resolutions, communications from staff, and that was a discussion about an expedited agenda. So this is something that the department has been looking into as we've run into several situations over the past year, 2 or 3, where we have more cases on the agenda that can be heard, and we're oftentimes encountering situations where we have to continue a petition before it can even be heard due to the length of cases that are on the agenda. So the Plan Commission has a path, it's called a consent agenda, where items are allowed to be heard without any discussion. However, variances and other petitions that are before the board do have to have an actual hearing of sorts. And so we are looking at instituting what's known as an expedited agenda that would have much shorter limitations on staff presentations, presentations from the petitioner, could be different time speaking limits from members of the public. So items that would be possible candidates for this would be situations where we're recommending approval. There are no known remonstrators. The petitioner is aware of the conditions of approval ahead of time. So items that would be on this prospective expedited agenda would be placed at the top of the order with the hopes that these could be moved through much faster to get through other lengthier cases. So that does require an adjustment to your rules and procedures. So we'll hopefully be bringing that forward in March, and so we wanted to just make the board aware of this, and certainly we're interested if there are any comments that you would like for staff to keep in mind in terms of any shorter speaking periods that you want us to take into account, but we wanted to let you know that that's something that we're working on.
My only comment is that would be welcomed by the board, and it does go along with how we have behaved as a board in the past, where we've moved things up that we thought we could get off the agenda. So it's nice to have an actual expedited system in place. Thank you. Any other comments? But that will not be taking place tonight, correct?
No, yeah, correct. That's not being implemented tonight. There has to be an adjustment to the rules and procedures to allow for this. So you do have to vote on those rules and procedures. So hopefully that's something they'll be bringing forward in March.
My only comment, I would love it. I really like the way you guys are thinking about this. My only comment would be, to the extent possible under the law, if those presentations can be simply a statement of what the petition is, what the recommendation is, and leave it at that.
Yes, I would envision no more than hopefully 30 seconds.
Perfect.
Okay. With that, we are at, let me get to the right page here. We will be on page 7 of the packet. That will be case ZR 2025-12-0114, Paul Pruitt and Keith Klein. Can we have a staff report, please?
All right, good evening. Jamie Kreinler, Senior Zoning Planner. So for this case, there are a total of 7 variance requests. And these are from minimum lot area, minimum lot width, minimum side setback, tree and forest preservation standards, and riparian buffer requirements. And this is for the development of an 18-lot subdivision located in the residential medium lot R2 zoning district. So the 4-acre property, as you can see on the screen, is located on the west side of North Dunn Street. It's zone R2, and surrounding land uses include single-family homes to the north and south, an office park to the west, and an assisted living facility to the east. The property contains a single-family home at present, and it's proposed to be demolished for the new subdivision. There's a stream and a riparian buffer in the northwest corner of the site, and the property has a substantial amount of existing tree coverage, so that's subject to the tree preservation regulations of the UDO. The petitioner is proposing to subdivide the property to create 15 residential lots and 3 common area lots. Common lots 1 and 3 are for tree preservation, and common lot 2 includes a stormwater detention area. The plan includes the construction of a new public road that connects to North Dunn Street and stubs to the western boundary of the site. The petitioner is requesting variances from the R2 standards for minimum lot area, lot width, and side building setbacks. The site currently contains 2.61 acres of tree canopy cover, and that's 65% of the overall site area. The subdivision proposes to retain .92 acres of tree canopy, which is 36% of the existing total canopy area. They're required by the UDO to retain 60%, and the petitioner is proposing to install additional trees to supplement the existing wooded areas. So the first variance is from the minimum lot area. In the R2 zoning district, there's a minimum lot area requirement of 7,200 square feet, which is .165 acres, and the petitioner is requesting a variance to reduce the minimum lot area to 5,000 square feet, and this applies to 14 of the proposed lots that are less than .165 acres. The second variance is from the minimum lot width. The R2 requires a minimum lot width of 60 feet. The petitioner is requesting a reduction to 50 feet, and as you can see on their plan, 11 of the proposed lots have widths that are less than the required 60 feet. Next is the minimum side building setback. The R2 zoning district requires a minimum 8 feet for the first floor, 10 feet for each story above the ground floor, and the petitioner is requesting a reduction to 5 feet. And that's for the side building setback. The fourth variance being requested is from the tree preservation requirement. The proposed subdivision retains 36% of the existing tree canopy, and this falls short of the required retained canopy cover of 60%, so they would need a variance for that. The fifth variance request is from the tree protection fencing regulation. In some areas of the site, construction activities adjacent to existing trees planned for preservation will require tree protection fencing to be within 3 feet of some of the tree drip lines. And then the last two variances have to do with the riparian buffer and the disturbance activities that are allowed. So for the intermediate zone, the petitioner is proposing to remove some trees for the site development, and that's considered a disturbance activity that's not allowed in this intermediate zone of the riparian buffer. And the same thing applies for the fringe zone of the riparian buffer as well. So now moving into the findings for the requested variances from the minimum lot area, lot width, and side building setback. Staff did not find that all the variance criteria were met. In the UDO, the Sustainable Development Incentive allows a by right reduction to lot area, lot width, and side setback. And using this incentive would improve the general welfare of the community because it would create housing with a higher level of sustainable development features. The practical difficulties to not use the Sustainable Development Incentive are not peculiar to the property in question. For the requested variances from the minimum tree preservation, tree protection fencing, and riparian buffer disturbance activities, staff did find that the variance criteria were met. The petitioner has submitted a tree remediation plan, and they're proposing to add roughly 70 additional trees, and 2 of the common area lots on the plat are for tree preservation. New trees are shown within the 3rd common area lot as well along the stream, and there are rows of trees along the north and south property lines. There are several environmental features that are unique to this property, including the stream, the riparian buffer, and the percentage of tree canopy to be preserved per the UDO. The tree protection fencing variance will allow for more trees to be preserved, and several conditions of approval have been included to ensure environmental protection, such as if damage or death occurs to trees that are not properly protected, the petitioner is responsible for replacing the impacted trees. The removal of trees in the riparian buffer intermediate and fringe zones will allow for the construction of a stormwater detention facility. It will also allow for a sidewalk and road connection to future developments to the west, which promotes the city's transportation objectives and connectivity goals. The practical difficulties are peculiar to the property because of the location, existing topography, and 75-foot wide riparian buffer. So the department is recommending that the board adopt the proposed findings and approve the variances from tree canopy preservation, tree protection fencing, and riparian buffer intermediate and fringe zone disturbance activities. The department is recommending denial of the variances from minimum lot area, lot width, and side building setbacks, since there is a by right path in code that would allow for those reductions. There are several recommended conditions of approval outlined in the staff report and shown on the screen, and included with these recommendations are that the petitioner will continue to work with the staff and planning department on a satisfactory replanting plan to remediate the canopy loss, and that final acceptance and approval from the City of Bloomington Utilities Department is a requirement. So that concludes my staff report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Before we go to the petitioner, this is a multi-layered and complicated variance, and I do want to stress, if there are those here that are in the public wanting to make comment today, I do want to stress to you that what we as a board are considering are those 7 items that were outlined by the city and that will be addressed by the petitioner. And those items, once again, are the minimum lot area, the minimum lot width, the minimum side building setback, the minimum tree preservation, tree protection fencing, riparian buffer in the intermediate zone, and riparian buffer in the fringe zone. Those are the items that are in front of us tonight. We welcome all comments from the public on other matters, but we do want to let you know that those are the items on which we are being asked to decide. What will happen is the petitioner will come forward and we will give them a total of 20 minutes tonight to speak. They can use a part of that initially, and whatever they do not use, they will have to finish using right before the board goes into a motion and any type of decision. The public will be asked if they would like to speak, both here and online. They will have up to 5 minutes to speak, and you will be able to speak uninterrupted. And what I will do, everyone who approaches the podium tonight, we will ask you to swear in, whether it's the petitioner or the public, and it's a very simple thing. I'll just ask you to affirm whether you're going to tell the truth, and you'll state your name, and we'll move on. All right, with that said, the petitioner, if you would, the petitioner in this case is Paul Pruitt and Keith Klein. And if you would come forward, will only one of you be speaking or both? Both, if you would both sign in, and both will give you and both will take the oath at the same time. So please take a moment to sign in. Then we should have a clock up and ready to go, please. And if you would both each state your name into the microphone, please.
Paul Pruitt.
Daniel Butler.
Do you affirm the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
I do.
All right, you have up to 20 minutes, and I will repeat, whatever you do not use now will be held, and you can use it again before any motion is taken by the board. Please.
As I just said, my name's Paul Pruitt. I'm the petitioner for this project. With me tonight is Daniel Butler with Bynum Fanyo and my partner Keith Klein. Keith and I are lifetime residents of Monroe County. We've been building things together for nearly 40 years. As such, we care pretty deeply about the city. If you look around the city on the surface, it kind of looks like a boom town and has for the last 15 years or so. But if you look a little closer, you see that almost all that activity is related to student housing and hospitality. This is understandable. The universities increased their enrollment by approximately 10,000 students in that time frame. And they need to be housed, obviously. During that same time frame, the number of permanent residents has actually declined slightly in the city. Now, why is that? I think one of the main reasons is that we're not building new subdivisions for single-family homes. The building department's only issued approximately 3,000 permits for single-family homes in the last 15 years. We seem to have prioritized urban density over families, and families, to me, are the foundation of a sustainable community. People do want to own a home and have a yard and a driveway to park their car in. That's all we're trying to accomplish here, is 15 single-family homes. A little brief history of the property and how we ended up where we're at this evening. We purchased the property in September of '22. I originally tried to split it into 3 lots accessible from Dunn Street, but that was a non-starter due to the width-depth ratio of the lots. Next, I tried to divide it into 2 lots and retain and remodel the existing house. That wouldn't fly because the newly created lot would be flag-shaped, and evidently that's not something that's allowed. So about a year ago, I proposed a 10-lot subdivision with a street down the middle and a turnaround at the end of that street. After flushing that out with planning, the closed canopy and riparian buffer issues come to light, which restricted how much of the property we could build on. Additionally, planning requested that the road and sidewalk to extend an additional 215 feet and stub at the west end of the property for a future connection. And CBU is requiring a new 8-inch water line 320 feet down Dunn Street, as opposed to hooking on to the existing 18-inch water line that's in Dunn Street. That additional work with the street, sidewalk, and water line add approximately $300,000 to the cost of this project. That's the reason we're seeking approval for 15 lots. That's about all I have. I'm going to hand off to Daniel. He'll address any technical issues, and I'll be here to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
All right, I'll just give you a little bit of a rundown of what we have done to date. We've met with Environmental Commission, Planning, Engineering, City of Bloomington Utilities to try to make something that on this property that everyone is happy with. That has been a challenge, and we've believed that what is set before you tonight is kind of a culmination of all of that work, everything that we've done. We have the road that is extended all the way to the west. That's one piece that was requested of us to do, and we complied with that, including sidewalks that would be on both sides of it. Also, you know, some of the environmental issues that are on the property that we are protecting, and protecting as many trees that you can see right smack dab in the middle of the property. We're also protecting some of the tree groves, some of the tree stands, as many trees as possible. So certainly not the goal that you see tonight in front of you is to try to max out the number of lots. That's not our goal. It hasn't been from the beginning. It's more to do with, when we first came to the city, we had a cul-de-sac that came through to stop in front of a lot of the environmental side of the site to try to protect more trees. We understood that the road was desired to go through at the same time, so it was a challenge for us to engineer. At that time, for the cul-de-sac design, we had achieved 15 lots. So the 15 lots, where we get that from is we had achieved something that originally worked with the lot sizes currently in place with the zoning, and the current desire to extend the road, protect as many features as possible. Then we compromised in such a way that we would need a little bit smaller of a lot size to be able to achieve still the 15, if that makes sense. We've gone through several iterations of design. Feel free to ask about any aspects on any of that. The unique size and shape of this particular lot, with also the desire from the engineering department for the road to be, Tamarack Trail to be extended through to the west. Really, I think put this in a place where we've kind of compromised on some things, but that's more of the reason why we're asking for, you know, the smaller lot sizes and the width of the lots. A few more factors on that. I won't concentrate as much on the other variances that are being recommended for approval, so I'll just concentrate more on the lot size, lot width, and the setbacks. This was also a symptom of a few other factors besides what I just named. We would get on 11 lots if we were not to ask for any of these now. And so again, we're going back to the original design to achieve 15, but then working with the city to meet some of their other goals, we believe warrants having the 15. So, working with the city on the tree preservation, the sustainability of this property. So we're trying to keep as many trees as possible, and then we're also doing a tree remediation plan, a heavy tree remediation plan that you saw on the landscaping plan to try to make this as sustainable as possible. The other piece with it is that 15 makes the homes a little more affordable. So sustainability and affordability are something that we believe that is also a goal of the city. And we do understand that there are incentives. There is a path through the current UDO for sustainability and affordability. But this is the path that made the most sense, because if you took the strict language from the incentives given in the UDO, it doesn't make sense for a single-family subdivision. And so we're still giving the nature or the heart, I guess you could just say the same intent of what the UDO is saying in the affordability and sustainability portion in order to achieve a little bit smaller of a lot. The strict language within the incentives seems like it talks more to a different kind of project. And so we're asking that this would be applied in the same way that we're keeping in the nature or the intent of what the UDO is saying to achieve a smaller lot, and asking for variances rather than the other route of asking for a waiver of the language that it's stating. I can go more into that if anyone needs more explanation on that. But also the kind of homes that we are building do fit on these lots as we proposed. It's a mid-century modern type home that will be, I think, look great and have just a lot of appeal to them, and it fits on these. And so those are some of the reasons that we're asking for. I'll stop there and leave some more time for questions.
Thank you. You will retain 10 minutes and 45 seconds for use later. Thank you. So at this point, we will be going to and if I could ask the petitioners to be ready to answer questions. We're going to go to the board for questions to either the staff or to the petitioners. And as a reminder, after we do this sequence, that's when we will go back to the public for comment. Any questions?
Just a quick one to start. The petitioner mentioned $300,000 in additional costs. Without these variances, that is what would be incurred, an additional $300,000? Is that correct?
No, the $300,000 would be no matter what, or the requests of the city.
Okay.
And so that would be incurred anyway, but it would be over 11 lots rather than 15.
Okay, so easy math, divide by a larger number, and you get a smaller number. And so I think just because we can bring this into account now, the cost to the developer, but ultimately it's the cost to the consumer. So I think just to get clarity from the start here, that cost at 15 versus 11 is then put onto who and in what way? In terms of, okay.
If Paul would like to answer this too, but certainly the natural home cost back to the consumer would have to be, cut a little bit in order to achieve more affordability, absolutely.
Okay, all right. Thank you, I'll start there, but come back later.
Any other questions for either the staff or petitioner?
I have a question for staff. So staff is recommending a sustainable development incentive. Can you describe to me what that entails to the developer?
Yeah, sure. So we've actually had several subdivisions come in utilizing the sustainable development incentives for single-family residential developments. So it basically just means that the houses have to be certified by a variety of third-party organizations, that it's built to certain design standards that meet affordability requirements. There are certain National Green Building Council, various organizations that have certifications, and so those houses are just designed to that. And like I said, we've had several subdivisions come in, utilize that.
You're talking about lead certifications, different certifications that they can have, like greenhouse certification? Is that what you're saying?
Correct, yeah. So like I said, there's National Green Building Council, there's a National Home Builders Association that I think has a similar certification, and there are just, obviously the house is designed to meet whatever those standards are, and then somebody comes out after it's built, and looks and makes sure that it was built to those plans and specifications. And so that is something that exists within the UDO, and so that's something that we wanted to make sure that we pointed out in the staff report, that the variance is not the only process to get to that. There is a by right path within the UDO that would allow for this. A subdivision is not, or the depriving of a subdivision of some number of lots is not depriving somebody of the use of their property. There's no guarantee that you can get X number of properties from your property. You can still use this one lot for a single-family lot. There's nothing that says that you have to be able to get 50 lots from it in order to be able to utilize it for the manner in which it's zoned. If you meet all the subdivision requirements, then you can get additional lots from it. And so that's where we were challenged with the variance criteria for the minimum lot size and minimum lot area and side yard setbacks is, there's nothing that says you have to have this number of lots. It's only something that is allowed if you meet all those additional standards.
Okay. And does all the other things that they are going to do, planting more trees, doing the drainage, the retention pond, extending the road, does that count as sustainability as well, or that would that
No,
not
I don't
count?
think that those in and of themselves are a factor in each house being certified. Those other variances, the things that are on the table tonight, are, and it's important with all the variances to kind of look at them in and of themselves. So the variance from the riparian buffer standards are mostly related to the road that is going through here. That is something that a lot of our transportation documents, our comprehensive plan, as well as issues that the Plan Commission has seen over and over again of the years of lack of connectivity. Establishing connectivity within subdivisions is extremely important, and that's why our subdivision standards were amended to not allow cul-de-sacs. So that we're not dealing with these lack of connectivity. So the fact that the road is going through here, which is a requirement from the planning UDO, that necessitates some of those variances. As the petitioner mentioned, there's a great majority of trees that are on the site that are located in the central portion of the site, that the very location creates a challenge in terms of developing the property without a variance from the tree preservation standards. And so that's where we've worked with them to come up with a remediation plan that saves a lot of trees. There were, one of the steps that the staff went through was identifying where some of the stands were of existing nice trees. Those were placed in common area lots, and then those common area lots were supplemented with additional plantings. And then we've also, since the last hearing, worked to establish additional plantings along the north and the south property lines to get more trees in to offset what is being requested in that variance. So that's where, as I was saying, it's important to look at each variance kind of in and of itself. Certainly staff acknowledges that there's a lot going on this property in terms of grade change, tree preservation, a need for connectivity, but at the same time, a reasonable use of property to provide housing. And so each of those variances has kind of been addressed separately in the findings. So that's where we were presenting findings for approval for some of those, but not for others.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have a question for staff. So, in the proposed findings, it says that the minimum lot areas and the minimum lot width, as proposed by the petitioner, would be injurious to the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare because there's an alternative path that uses sustainable development incentives. Is the rationale that the incremental addition of 4 units compared to 11, or 11 compared to 15, so the 4 additional houses has a cumulative effect that becomes injurious, or is it something about the nature of the, quote, greenhouses? I mean, what about the standards would be different that would mitigate having additional 4 homes compared to what's being proposed under the conditions.
Certainly, yeah. So the presence of the 4 homes in and of themselves aren't more injurious. Those 4 houses aren't more injurious to the public health, safety, morals, or general welfare. But the point that we were trying to make, and that was that there is another path that they could still get these number of units and would result in houses that have a higher level of sustainability component to them that would be an improvement for the overall health of the public and general
But
welfare.
what are the specific characteristics of a house that meets, whether it's the building council, LEED standards, or whatever, that represents that improvement, general welfare, et cetera, that would distinguish it from what's proposed? Because as I understand it, most of the infrastructure is going to be required anyway.
Yeah. So there's a checklist that each of these different certification boards have that deal with energy efficiency, whether that through windows, low VOC components for a carpet and paint, higher insulation value, use of solar, a wide range of things that result in accumulating points, and how you get those points is kind of up to the developer or the builder. So that's how they go through and review those.
Danielle, I'd be interested in your response to those issues.
Yeah, the thing I wanted to add is when we had initial talks on sustainability generally on this property, the unique amount of coverage with trees on this property felt like we needed to help protect those. And in order to do that, we weren't able to go necessarily down a route for full affordability or get that closer to attainability, you could say, by doing all of this plus additional things to the homes that just make them expensive in that sense. Now, would we love to have the additional sustainability that's in the code, that's in incentives? Absolutely, but that's the route that we chose to go down, to do more to the property, allow for protection of the environmental features on the property rather than go down the route of the incentives. The other thing I wanted to add to that is, even if we decided to go by the code for an incentive for sustainability, we would still have to get a waiver, because there's a piece in there that if you do not have access to sewer right now, then you would have to get a waiver from that anyway. So that, you would still be, I believe, heard at a public meeting in a similar fashion. So we chose to be heard here rather than a different light.
And I do want to ask a question, so I'll try to get this from you in plain language. What would be first of all, the first part of the question is it possible for you to continue the development if you were granted the 4 variances that the city has suggested we provide, but not the other 3? Would you be able to continue developing this, or could you explain how you would not be able to proceed?
You want to answer that? Okay. I'd take a shot at it, but I think he can answer it better here.
Well, put fairly simply, if we can only build 11 lots or 10 lots or whatever we end up with, the cost of the development is still going to be the same. So it's going to increase the cost of those lots by, I'd have to do the math, but it's probably $10,000 or $15,000 per lot, which would get applied directly to the cost of the home. So.
And my quick calculations were it's 15 lots, it distributes at $20,000 per, and at 11 houses it distributes at $27.3 thousand. That's the difference, just for the record, that I understand from what you've presented to us. Any other questions from the board to either the staff or the petitioners? So if not, what we will do is we'll go to the public for comment, and then the petitioners will have, again, just short of 11 minutes left to address any issues before we take a vote. Any of those people who would like to speak, we'll give you plenty of opportunity so you don't have to stand in line, but the first couple, if you would like to go up, each one of you will be asked to sign that sheet of paper there at the podium, and then once you're ready, you'll state your name, and then I'll swear you in.
Thank you. The slides, cue it.
Is that paper up there? Did you sign in?
Yes.
State your name, please.
My name is Jessica Will.
Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I certainly do.
Okay, you have up to 5 minutes, please.
Thank you.
Let me ask, is this the issue about wanting to show the page 80 photos? Is that it?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Oh, I just wanted to make sure we addressed it. My understanding is that there was a request to show the photos that are on page 80 of the petition. Did you get that notice? Okay.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Okay, that might come up. I just wanted to make you aware of it on the city side, so there might be a request for that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt, please.
No worries, thank you. My name is Jessica Will, and I live at 211 East Gilbert Drive in Matlock Heights. I'm here tonight as a concerned Northside resident and advocate for responsible growth. I'm also here to report the results so far of a petition opposing the proposed North Grove subdivision. A concerned group of Northside neighbors have been meeting frequently to discuss the development at 2511 North Dunn Street. Many are here with me tonight. As part of an effort to quantify the concerns of Bloomington residents, we fielded and are still fielding a petition to request that the Board of Zoning Appeals and the Planning Commission deny the requested variances and waivers. We've included the petition language on this slide for your reference. So far, we've collected digital and print signatures from a total of 236 unique petitioners representing 205 households. With each entry, we verified the signature was unique, mapped the household address, and measured the proximity to the proposed North Grove subdivision. We learned 180 of these petitioners represent 151 households located within Bloomington city limits. We then sorted Bloomington city petitioners by proximity to 2511 North Dunn Street. On this map, each house icon represents a household from the petition. Gray indicates a household is outside Bloomington city limits. Yellow shows households within Bloomington city limits, but not on the north side. The dark crimson signifies petitioner households adjacent to the proposed development, meaning their property directly borders the lot in question here tonight. The light crimson signifies petitioner households that are not adjacent but are located within 500 feet. And orange signifies petitioner households that aren't adjacent or within 500 feet, but are located on the north side within Bloomington city limits. For simplicity, we are calling these groups adjacent, within 500 feet, and north side petitioners. 7 petitioners representing 6 households live adjacent to the proposed subdivision. 19 petitioners representing 14 households live within 500 feet. 75 petitioners representing 54 households live on the north side within Bloomington city limits, and 79 petitioners representing 77 households live within Bloomington city limits, but not on the north side. Notably, adjacent petitioners and those within 500 feet are most likely to experience negative impacts from the proposed North Grove plans. We have collected signatures from all adjacent households with the exception of a home in Matlock Heights Mr. Pruitt is in the process of purchasing. We have also collected signatures from approximately 42% of households within 500 feet, and the signatures are still rolling in. In addition to collecting signatures, we gave petitioners the opportunity to express their concerns by leaving a comment. Top themes so far include ordinance and zoning compliance, infrastructure and utility strain, public safety and traffic conditions, and environment and wildlife impact. This Northsider petitioner cited concerns about showing preference to developers at the expense of property owners, saying, quote, "Developers shouldn't be able to bypass ordinances that the rest of us already owning properties in the area have to follow. It's not fair treatment of your citizens, and it's showing preference. We bought our properties essentially signing a contract to follow these rules, thus protecting the value of our assets. Developers shouldn't be able to break these rules either." Another Northside petitioner cited their concerns succinctly, listing significant public expense to upgrade sewer and drainage facilities, as well as increased traffic density, increased runoff from asphalt and concrete, removal of trees with a concomitant loss of habitat, unreasonable density changing the character of the neighborhood. And one Bloomington petitioner questions the value of the proposed development, writing, quote, "This variance enables a development that solves no problem for Bloomington's housing market, bringing new luxury housing to the city doesn't need, and would adversely affect the quality of life in North Bloomington neighborhoods, including the Matlock Heights Historic District." Thank you for taking the time to consider the voices and households represented in this petition so far. We ask you to deny the requested variances and require a plan that honors the standards designed to protect current and future Bloomington neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, did you sign the paper?
I did.
Could you please state your name?
Julia Livingston.
Do you affirm the testimony you were about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, you have 5 minutes, please.
Okay. My name is Julia Livingston, and I live at 2641 North Dunn Street. Closer? Okay. The 4 acres at 2511 North Dunn have been long in a process of development, but a very different kind of development than is being proposed here today. Long in development has been a magnificent grove of tall white pine trees. Ironically, it is the very grove of trees that gives the subdivision North Grove its name, and the very trees proposed to be cut down in their prime, trees that have a lifespan of 200 to 500 years and cannot be replaced by 70 trees that are new who may not be cared for by the owners. This mid-century 4 acres has developed into an urban forest. This was the intentional plan of former owner and botanist, IU professor John Sinclair, who was one of the first to realize the importance of native trees in Indiana and set out to plant every variety he could find on these 4 acres. His efforts have resulted in an urban forest that promotes biodiversity and is home to many generations of birds who nest in the mature trees. The large pines provide winter shelter to a variety of birds, including owls, pileated woodpeckers, and nuthatches, and are integral to the migration path of migratory warblers. The trees provide a wind buffer not only for their nest, but also for our neighborhoods. The acreage serves as part of a wildlife corridor connecting Griffey Woods to Cascades. Yet this proposal would cut down 103 trees, mature trees, and destroy the diverse ecology of that land. Bloomington's 2020 Environmental Action Plan states that the city should update codes to maximize the preservation of the largest long-living trees, encouraging species and diversity. It also states, urban forests provide numerous environmental benefits by promoting wildlife along with water and air quality. They promote wildlife by providing critical habitat, contributing to biodiversity, and conserving soil. And very importantly to this issue this evening, urban forests reduce stormwater runoff and pollution that threaten waterways by filtering and absorbing rainwater. It also warns that Bloomington's native wildlife populations are at risk due to current land development and management practices that destroy and remove habitats. Furthermore, the Environmental Commission's 2050 long-term vision prescribes the urban forest will be lush with green infrastructure, limiting the heat island effect while also sequestering carbon, providing habitats, and cleaning air and water. If allowed to survive, this urban forest will nurture the lives of us, both human and animal, who call this neighborhood home. In closing, I would like to include the personal remarks of Professor Emeritus of Microbiology, Dr. George Hegeman, who was a friend and colleague of the former property owner, John Sinclair. He states, the property at 2511 is being proposed for development. This parcel is home to a magnificent collection of trees. Professor Sinclair took pains to plant a diverse collection of trees and other plants. The trees proposed to be cut down in this development are in their prime, trees that have a lifespan of hundreds of years in some cases. They are at the peak of their lifetimes' contributions to our air, soil, and water, as well as many at the peak of their natural beauty. The location of this property is an integral part of the biome, including Griffey Reservoir Woods, Key Park land north of town. It is an important wildlife corridor component and houses many key indigenous species of fast disappearing wildlife. He concludes, "I urge you to recognize Professor Sinclair's original hopes for this property and allow only plans for it that best preserve the old-growth vegetation and wildlife that is so important to our community. On all of these grounds, I urge the Board of Zoning Appeals to deny the petitioner variances for tree protection and preservation." Thank you.
Thank you.
Joe, we have one person online who wants to speak, and then we can go back to council chambers real quick, if that's all right.
Okay, we'll go to online. If you just have a seat for a moment, is that what you're asking, Eric?
Yeah.
Okay. Who was in line online? Okay.
Hopi S., you should be able to speak.
Thank you. This is Hopi Stossberg. I'm actually a council member, and I'm also a member of the Plan Commission as the council representative. And so that's one of the reasons why I'm tuning into this meeting tonight. And I'm not going to express an opinion about what I think that the BZA should do in terms of the specific variance requests that they have. I just wanted to mention a couple things.
If you could you pause for one moment?
Yep.
We have your name, so I just need to swear you in. Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, you have up to 5 minutes, please.
Okay, thanks. I wanted to mention the variance about the tree protection, and I appreciate the condition that has been put in to require replanting in case anything is damaged or dies. But I would encourage the commission to have a conversation and consideration of wordsmithing that a little bit, to put in kind of like a date. With that, just knowing that sometimes this kind of land disruption could disrupt the root system in trees, so it might not immediately become apparent that the tree has been damaged by that. And so to put in some kind of a, if it dies within a certain amount of time after the construction process is finished, then it needs to be replaced, just to kind of make sure that damage that's done that's kind of invisible because it's underground has a consideration. And then at least discuss that. I don't know what staff would think of that, or the petitioner would think of that. And then the second thing I wanted to mention had to do with what I heard the petitioner say about sustainability and that adding expense to the house. And I just wanted to point out that that's absolutely accurate. But one of the other things that it does is it can reduce long-term costs associated with ownership. So if you have better insulation, if you have better windows, if you have solar panels, then your utilities costs end up being reduced over time. So that can be, say, an argument for a higher purchase price on a house, because you know that over time you're actually going to save a little bit of money every month. And so in considering that variance, and I guess this is partly to the petitioner, partly coming from a Plan Commission member in the future, kind of thinking, depending on what they decide here, if you're coming back to the Plan Commission with a proposal for fewer lots and fewer houses that would then cost more per house, you could also maybe consider that idea of using the sustainability incentive to build the more houses with those incentives. So maybe they would end up costing the same initially as the fewer houses would, but they would have those long-term sustainability benefits that would end up saving those future owners money over time. And that's just another element of that kind of sustainability I wanted to make sure was mentioned in consideration, of the petitioner, whatever the BZA decides, moving forward into the future. And to also put that out as just a good, thing for community members to remember, that when you have that initial investment, that it's more than just how much it costs initially. There's also that upkeep cost and how much it's going to cost over time, and utilities and sustainability in general are a part of that overtime cost. And that's all I had to say. Good luck with your decision. Thank you all so much for your service.
Thank you. If you step forward, have you signed in?
Yes.
Okay, and state your first and last name, please.
Jim James Hart.
Bring the microphone up towards you a little bit there in front of you so we can hear you. The microphone, can I hear you?
Can I hear you?
Can you bring your microphone up a little bit? There we go. Thank you. All right. Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Okay,
you have 5 minutes.
Okay, good. My name is Jim Hart, and I live at 2641 North Dunn Street. As citizens and lawmakers, we are obliged to protect our common good, which includes the goods that benefit and indeed are necessary for all citizens of the political community, as well as the co-inhabitants of our common eco-community. One such good has to do with riparian areas. The standards of the city's Unified Development Ordinance, UDO, indicate its concern to protect the common good of the riparian areas. The proposal for the North Grove subdivision at 2511 North Dunn Street requests variances in regard to the city's riparian standards and thereby disregards or perhaps even displays a form of contempt for this common good. Ripa is the old Latin word for the bank of a river. Such areas are the transition zones between fully dry land or terrestrial and fully aquatic systems, for example, stream banks, floodplains, and wetlands. Google sources inform us that the riparian areas are rich in organic nutrients and directly affect biodiversity of plant and animal species. In the United States, they provide the habitat for 1/3 of the plant species and 60% of the vertebrate species. 10% of endangered species in the U.S. depend on riparian systems to survive. At the northwest end of the 4 acres for which the developers, Paul Pruitt and Keith Klein, seek a variance waiver, there is a visible riparian area. This low-lying land where there is already a pond which is surrounded by a protected riparian buffer, this pond water flows through a wetland before it flows on the surface of the surrounding area, contributing to the flooding in houses on Fritz Street, and then heads across Walnut Street towards the creek running through Cascades Park. City of Bloomington Utilities, CBU, has recently noted that the drainage way in this northwest part of the property needs to be placed in an easement that will address emergency overflows. CBU also notes that the developer's cognizance of this emergency overflow is deficient, and that the placement of a detention basin within a riparian buffer will almost certainly lead to disturbance of land placed in a riparian buffer easement in the future, as maintenance of the basin is most likely to be needed. The invasive construction site proposed for this 4-acre property would involve the covering of 30,000 square feet of land with gravel for construction vehicles. Later on, there would be the impermeable covering of the land surfaces necessary for 15 dwellings with their streets and alleys, as well as the extension of the street surface of Tamarack Road. Added to this, there would have to be the new impermeable surfaces, which make emergency and utility services possible, both for the new residents as well as the prior residents on North Dunn Street. Here I quote the City of Bloomington United Development Ordinance, UDO, Chapter 20.05. Quote, preference for design of riparian buffer zones will be fitted to the topography and soil and conditions of the site. And there will be an effort to protect tree crowns and root zones within the drip line for all trees that are retained, end of quote. And the UDO exhorts, perhaps even requires, retaining and not cutting down trees, especially those of native species. Thus, it also states, no alteration of forest understory except for removal of non-native invasive species is permitted. This subdivision plan proposes cutting down over 100 mature trees. As other neighbors have pointed out in separate comments, this land has a unique representation of native species deliberately chosen by a prior property owner, John Sinclair, who was an IU professor of botany. I urge the vote of zoning appeals to deny the request for a variance from the requirements for the protection of the riparian zone. Thanks.
Thank you. And if you could come forward and sign in, and once you're signed in, just say your first and last name into the microphone, and I'll swear you in.
That's great. I've already signed in. My name is Tom Yeiser. I live at 2330 North Fritz.
Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You have 5 minutes.
My name's Tom Yeiser. As I said, I live at 2330 North Fritz. I hope the board will consider enforcing the existing zoning restrictions and deny the petitioner's request for variance. I would like to share some comments from one of my neighbors, Adam Will, and his concerns granting these variances will compromise the safety of the surrounding neighborhoods. And I quote, "Good evening, members of the board. My name is Adam Will, and I live in Matlock Heights, immediately south of the development. I want to begin by acknowledging that we're all aware of Bloomington's housing shortages. However, the solution to a shortage cannot be the creation of public safety liability. The North Grove proposal is an attempt to fit an urban level density into a site that currently possesses rural grade infrastructure. The developer's asking for significant bulk variances, dropping the minimum lot size from 72,000 square feet to approximately 5,000 square feet. The density is drastically out of step with the surrounding neighborhoods and the infrastructure that supports them. My concern is that by granting these variances, the board is ignoring the physical constraints of Dunn Road. Looking first at emergency access, the proposed neighborhood includes a dead-end road with no hammerhead or cul-de-sac for fire trucks or ambulances to turn around. This is especially dangerous given our proximity to the stadium. On game days, our streets are so congested that the city already has to post temporary signs just to keep a single lane open for emergency vehicles. Adding a new high-density road that lacks proper turnaround infrastructure is a clear risk to public safety. Second, consider traffic and enforcement. Many of our neighbors on Dunn Road report cars speeding over Blind Hill approximately 500 feet north of the proposed development. We regularly see drivers fail to come to a complete stop at the intersection of the proposed development. The current speeding issues on Dunn Road will only be exacerbated by the increasing traffic at this already problematic sidewalk-less intersection. This brings me to my final point, pedestrian safety. The nearest bus stop is over a half mile away. To get there, a resident must walk over an 1,800 foot gap where there are no sidewalks and no shoulders. Forcing residents to walk in the grass or on asphalt of a hilly, high-speed road to access public transit is not a sustainable or safe plan. If the developer cannot meet the standard R2 zoning requirements without compromising the safety of the residents and the surrounding neighborhood, then the density is too high for this specific piece of land. I urge the board to strongly consider enforcing the existing restrictions to ensure the safety and welfare of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. And please state your first and last name.
First name Robin, last name Young.
Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Robin Halpin Young. From the very beginning, the developers of this project knew the property was zoned R2. The huge list of variances that have been requested fall soundly outside the bounds of R2 zoning. They are requesting a variance to reduce minimum lot size by 31%, minimum lot width by 16%, side building setbacks by 25%, and the variance to retain tree canopy is reduced by a whopping 40%. These are not small tweaks. The developers contend that they will be able to manage the increase in surface water runoff that will be created by building on or paving over roughly 80% of the total surface of the property. This means that water that had previously been taken up by the soil and the trees must now be captured and sent to a retention pond that is currently a regular pond. Sorry, peepers. The developers admit that there will be more water, but they maintain they will be able to control its release. I think this is naive. From the retention pond, the water will flow on the surface, along, and often through the backyards of homes along West Fritz Drive. Two of the variances are in direct opposition to the city's environmental provisions in long-range planning and the UDO. Bloomington has an established commitment to conserving and preserving the beautiful environment we are lucky enough to call home. I recently asked a neighbor biologist what will happen to all the animals who currently live in the proposed space if they build 15 houses on it. They will all die, was the plain answer. This proposal takes an invaluable and irreplaceable urban forest corridor, removes the forest, and shoves an unwanted, crowded urban corridor into the space. The variances the developers have petitioned for are more in line with R3 zoning. They say they cannot make enough money on the project without the variances. This sounds like a gamble hitched to the cart of the current drive for urban density. Unfortunately, this leaves Matlock Heights and North Dunn unprotected by the actual laws and provisions currently in place for just that purpose. Throwing out existing zoning regulations and ignoring established ordinances harms the interests of long-term residents and established neighborhoods in many ways. This concern that developers must make money is exemplified by the decision to force a right-of-way to run the sewer line for their 15-home subdivision through my tiny side yard. I asked the developer if there was not another line he could hook onto. He told me there was nothing above or below the property. I have since learned that there is indeed a much larger sewer line up on Dunn. It appears that the developer would rather disrupt my property and my life in order to tie into a smaller, antiquated, and overburdened sewer line, just so the project will make more money. Under this plan, I would look at, the butt end of 3 houses along the back property line of my 1/3 acre lot. Do you think this might affect my property value? I do. I hear a lot of talk about the need for affordable single-family homes here in Bloomington. The developers admit that these will not be affordable homes. They are projected to start at $400,000. Unfortunately, there is a high probability that these properties will be purchased by investors wanting to capitalize on the proximity to IU. The chance that an actual single family will purchase and live in these properties is slim to nil. In closing, just to confirm, I think there are overwhelming reasons for us to lean into the protection of our current zoning codes and ordinances. Our R2 zoning is supposed to protect the character and stability of the neighborhood. For these and many other reasons, I respectfully ask you to deny all 7 now of the variances being sought. Thank you.
Thank you. If you would sign in, please.
I have
Okay, state your first and last name.
Marilyn Beauchamp.
And do you affirm the testimony you're about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Marilyn Beauchamp with the local Sierra Club. My husband and I moved to Bloomington 5 years ago and immediately became active members of our neighborhood by volunteering in Blue Ridge, Griffey, and other city parks, often removing invasives and sometimes planting acorns. We're thrilled to support efforts to increase the wildlife corridor here that continues to expand and support important native species by increasing the tree canopy. During this state legislative session, we have seen many bills that diminish safeguards for the environment, including one that disempowers IDEM, the Indiana Department of Environmental Management. We see city and county ordinances being threatened to comply with rules that are no more stringent than state regulations. I believe this is the time to uphold Bloomington's Unified Development Ordinance that lay out rules for development. These ordinances protect both our environment and the preservation of property values. So I oppose the variances, and I would like our ordinances to be upheld. And I appreciate the City of Bloomington for being mindful and proactive when balancing new development with natural areas. Protecting nature protects us.
Thank you. Just for the benefit, we were discussing based on what you were saying, so I didn't want anyone to think that we were not listening to the public comment there. Thank you. Did you sign in?
I did.
Okay, first and last name, please.
First name Greg, last name Grant.
Thank you. Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You have 5 minutes.
My name is Greg Grant. I live in the Blue Ridge neighborhood just to the north. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on the proposed development plan and the developer's currently requested variances from Bloomington's ordinances. From all that has been published about the proposed development, I have many concerns, including the city's present recommendations regarding the requested variances. Basically, the high density of the proposed development just does not fit at all with the surrounding and nearby neighborhoods and leads to all or most of the requested variances. And my concerns are as follows. The proposed lot sizes are basically too small, especially their width. I believe that stormwater drainage and runoff will be worsened, not improved, as claimed. There's no study that's been provided that shows any improvement in that basic problem, especially as more intense rainstorms are predicted to become more frequent due to the increase in heat-trapping gases in our atmosphere. The resulting increase in traffic on North Dunn Street will reduce safety for all users, including motorized vehicles, bicyclists, runners, and walkers alike, due to the lack of sidewalks or multi-use pathways. Likewise, any future relief of the resulting addition to the traffic safety problem by extending the proposed new road from Dunn Street to Walnut seems impractical, which is probably why it wasn't proposed in the first place. It is unclear how cars can even be parked at the proposed houses, as the width of the proposed lots appears far too small for off-street parking. The plan to replace the destroyed trees of this urban forest with new ones is wholly inadequate for remediation or protection of the environment, since the new trees currently planned will not have soil and water retention capability of greater than 100 maturing greater than 75-year-old trees that are in their prime that will be removed. Likewise, the proposed variance from fencing to protect older trees that are not deliberately removed is uncalled for, since it's basically giving permission to the developers and the construction people to damage and remove those trees as well. Likewise, any new trees planted should be specified to be at least 10 feet tall, not sprouts, to have any actual remediation potential. In conclusion, I believe the developer should completely redo their plan with a reasonable number of lots with larger widths to properly address these concerns. Thank you for taking these noted concerns, along with those of the other Bloomington neighbors, into account as you seek to balance the interests in a way that improves our environment, our safety, and everyone's property values. Thank you.
Thank you. And have you signed in as well? Okay, once you do sign in, state your first and last name.
My name is Stephanie Dickinson.
Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
You have 5 minutes.
My name is Stephanie Dickinson, and I live at 2301 North Dunn Street. I would like to address the issue of preservation. Nestled in the 4 acres at 2511 North Dunn is a classic mid-century modern, well-built limestone single-family ranch home that is proposed for demolition. This home is in harmony with the style and size of the mid-century modern homes immediately next to it in our Matlock Heights Historic District. I now serve on the committee in the neighborhood to review proposed changes in the neighborhood. According to the Historic Preservation Commission guidelines, this home falls in the contributing category, which is defined as a local structure that has been determined to retain enough historic integrity to be included in a larger local historic district if a petition was ever filed to create a new historic district. As we know, the time it took for our neighborhood to become historic district is a process. The loss of this home and its remarkable mid-century modern features is a loss to the integrity of the adjacent neighborhoods. I applaud the city's efforts to build more single-family homes and increase the density in the city. I believe there are good places to increase the density, while this 4 acres and its single-family home serve as a different yet important contribution to the city's goals for the welfare of the neighborhoods. I also share my neighbors' concerns about this development's high-density impact on the stormwater, the traffic, the safety, the noise, and the environment. I request the Board of Zoning Appeals to deny the petitioner's request for variances.
Thank you. I'll give you a moment to sign in. Have you signed in?
Yes.
And state your name.
Susan Sandberg.
Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You have up to 5 minutes.
My Matlock Heights neighbors have met several times to consider the impacts of this 15-unit housing development on the surrounding area. Several of us have met with Mr. Paul Pruitt, the developer, and while different neighbors have different concerns depending on their proximity to this project, the basic criticism is too much density for an R2 zone. The density has grown to this 15,000 unit proposal with multiple requests for variances. By R2 zoning standards, this project simply doesn't fit. We trust that you will deny the variances, the exceptions to the rules, as we urge planning and transportation to please consider compatibility with the surrounding neighborhoods and follow the UDO standards that protect R2 zones. Opposing this overly dense project does not signal bad faith or a reluctance to embrace change. Matlock Heights is known to stand up for stability and autonomy in making cooperative and respectful decisions about what is built here. Matlock Heights became a historic district because of our commitment to unite against inappropriate development threats that have eroded many core neighborhoods close to the IU campus or the downtown. Property owners who have invested in our North Side homes are also invested in this community. We expect our elected officials and their appointees to follow the rules and respect the appeals from their constituents as they also consider variance requests from developers. Regulations serve a civic function to preserve sensitive land and protect established neighborhoods. My appeal to the City of Bloomington, the Planning and Transportation Department, and you on the BZA is this: stand by the development requirements in our UDO that regulate appropriate density in R2 zones, including the property at 2511 North Dunn. I conclude the remainder of my time with a few quotes from residents who responded to the petition. The first: this entire area of Matlock Heights and Blue Ridge was designed to have large yards and a woodsy feel. Neither the area nor the roadways were designed for compressed residential housing with small yards and few or small trees. I am not in favor of this land being developed for any more houses than what already exists. Upgrade what exists and leave the rest of the space alone. Next quote: this proposed development is destructive in so many ways. It would destroy over 100 trees, remove the natural drainage in the 4 acres, and increase the flooding problems in Matlock Heights. It would destroy the character of our neighborhood and dramatically increase noise and traffic. It will destroy the quality of life that defines our neighborhood, which is why homeowners have invested living here. It also asks for so many variances that are an affront to the hard-fought-for UDO that is supposed to protect us. I have submitted more detailed concerns to the city already. This proposed development is only possible with this high number of variances. It falls outside the UDO, is environmentally and climate-wise problematic, and will, in the long term, cost the city and the current homeowners while earning the developers money. Last quote, "The UDO requirements were put there for a reason. Attention must be paid to the underlying reasons to preserve the health, safety, and environmental impacts of our city." Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. All right, just state your first and last name, please.
Megan Blair.
Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
You have up to 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Megan Blair, and I'm a property owner at Matlock Heights, which is adjacent to this proposed development. I want to be clear, I'm not opposed to responsible development. You're going to hear that a lot tonight. I understand that growth is a part of a healthy community. What I'm opposed to is granting multiple variances that weaken the standards established in the UDO. The current UDO exists for a reason. You've heard that a few times today. When setbacks are reduced and lot size minimums are lowered, it changes the character and functionality. Granting these variances would set a concerning precedent. If these requirements can be waived here, what prevents them from being waived everywhere? Reduced setbacks and smaller lots don't just change aesthetics. They impact stormwater, tree canopy, and long-term cohesion of the neighborhood. These are not abstract concerns. They do affect and they are injurious. If this land can be subdivided under the current code, which it can, then it should be developed under the current code. Maybe this was a bad business decision to purchase this property. Many of us purchased our homes at comparable price points. We did so with the understanding that the UDO would be applied consistently. This is about fairness. The UDO should not function differently depending on whether the applicant is a professional developer or a family of three. I respectfully ask the board to uphold the integrity of the UDO and deny the requested variances at 2511 North Dunn.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here in chambers who'd like to speak? Is there anyone online, Eric?
If there is anybody else online that would like to speak, please use the raise hand function and we can recognize you.
We'll wait a moment.
I'm not seeing anybody.
Okay, thank you. At this point, you have 10 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock of remaining time. And this goes back to the petitioner for final comments. This will be your opportunity for your final comments. Then there will also be potential for questions from the board before any action is taken.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
A lot of comments, and we do respect all of everyone's input, especially all the neighbors, and we do appreciate that. We did have a neighborhood meeting for them to meet Mr. Pruitt and kind of go through some of the possible issues and kind of give clarity on some of those. I don't think go into depth on every single comment made, but I'll try to answer some of them. Just to clarify, we did the math that if we were to do 11 homes instead of the 15, it would just be adding about $29,000 to each home. So that's the math that we took through before. We have tried our absolute best to save as many trees as possible. I mean, we have gone through, and even so, if it went back to 11 lots, you would still be losing those trees. It's not because we're having 15 that there would be a difference there. I just want to make sure everyone understands that we have tried to preserve and have tree preservation areas on the site, even though it's a smaller lot to be able to do that, but we've done our best to take especially the stands, the mature stands, and preserve them, along with the request from the city to extend Tamarack Trail. So there's just a lot of criteria all given to us to make sure that this works properly, but 11 lots or 15, we've tried our best to try to keep as much as possible, and we understand that there's a lot of desirable trees, and we have, we believe, retained many. We understand we're still taking down also many as well. We are protecting the riparian area, so I don't, that has a perpetual easement on it that will be put there for perpetuity. So we are protecting the riparian area, and we will not be, we're not allowed to touch that during construction, and we, on our plans, will show where they can and can't go on site, and they're not allowed to, with any equipment, get in there for any reason. And so that is a protected area at the northwest side of the site, and that is a riparian area with a riparian easement. There's also a drainage pond that will be put on the front side of that to clean all the water that's coming to that area to make sure that there's not, you know, anything coming off of our stormwater that would end up in there. So that's what the pond is for, and also control the stormwater. We do have a full drainage report, and that has gone through 2 iterations of review with CBU at this time. So there is a full report on that, and it does show that we are letting less stormwater rate. I want everyone to understand the difference. We're not adding stormwater. We're adding stormwater rate, and then it's controlled through a pond and lessened after our site. So that's what the drainage shows and the engineering shows, and that will go to CBU for final approval per their guidelines. We are adding a sidewalk on Dunn Street with these plans, along with sidewalks that are going to be going through our site for pedestrian connectivity and further access. So we're trying to help that situation with these plans. And the last thing, we are providing a hammerhead on these plans for emergency turnarounds. So that will need to be approved, and has already been approved by the fire department, and needs to be approved by police as well. So that is provided, and that was instead of a cul-de-sac, then you provide a hammerheads for emergency turnarounds. If there's any other questions, I'm happy to answer, but I tried to respond to as many as I can. So.
And I will say you have just short of 7 minutes. Is there anything else from either? Okay, so that would then end your comment period, but you will be possibly asked some questions. So it is back to the board for any questions. I do have one before we get started, which is the last item you mentioned was the hammerhead, and I'm looking at the diagram here. Where is that hammerhead going to be?
It's about 2/3 to the west on the north side of the road, and it's a place for emergency vehicle. It's large enough for a fire truck to turn around on.
Is what's in our packet, is that representative of this hammerhead?
Correct.
Yeah, I just pulled it up on the screen too.
Do you see it? Okay, thank you. To the board, any questions to the staff or the petitioner, please?
One is just to level set on this. The current UDO was adopted in 2020, is that correct?
There was an update that was done in 2019, and then update to the map in 2020, yeah.
And that update to the map, if I recall, was unanimously approved by the city council?
I don't remember specifically, but it was obviously approved, so.
But that's when the R2 designation was placed on this property.
Yes, and I'm going to go out on a limb and say it was probably zoned RS 4.5 before this, which was a somewhat comparable density.
Yeah. So under the R2, if the variance that was asked for on lot width and size comports to the standards for an R2 zone, is that correct?
Well, so So what they're proposing, the lot size obviously doesn't. The density does. You know, if you were to look at the overall property as a whole, the 4 acres.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm going.
Yeah. So the 4 acres as a whole, you know, if you were to just take the 7,200 into that 4 acres, you know, would equal about 24 lots. Obviously, there's a lot that has to come out of that. You know, you have to have roads to service that, stormwater detention. So the number of lots that are being shown here fall within what the overall gross number would be allowed just based on raw lot size.
Okay.
Any questions?
So is there an existing mid-century home on the property?
Go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, there is a home on the property. It's not in very good shape. I did consider remodeling the house, but what you see there today is not how that house was originally built. It had a flat roof on it. It didn't have a garage. And at some point, I believe it was Mr. Sinclair, added a pitched roof to it and a garage on the front to bring it out. So it kind of has a snout sticking out the front of it, if you will. And again, I like mid-century modern houses. I like historic preservation, and I actually pulled a permit from the building department to remodel this house. And I was going to add a second story to part of it, and it just didn't make any sense financially. I was going to be so upside down on the house that I would have lost a considerable amount of money. So, you know, it was a really cool house in its day, but it's not now. And to bring it back to that, it would cost, you know, at least a few $100,000, and it's just not feasible.
Does it fall under the historic preservation? Does that home fall into their?
No, it's not in a historic district.
Okay.
Yeah, it would be considered a contributing
Just a
structure,
question.
I believe.
Okay, thank you.
Please, Tim.
I've got a quick question, but first I just want to highlight a quick study that pertains to this conversation. This is from February 2025 that W.E. Upjohn Institute out of Western Michigan that's connected to the University of Michigan. It says recent studies show that building more housing, even more expensive housing, actually increases overall affordability. This is because when wealthy families struggle to find homes, they often move into properties that would otherwise be available to middle or lower income families. Thus, building even expensive housing creates opportunities for a wide range of residents, including those who cannot immediately afford the newly constructed units, but can now find options at other price ranges. And again, this is a direct quote with ties to the University of Michigan that puts out some pretty powerful economic data, and I see some heads kind of shaking. And that's okay, because my question becomes, who absorbs the $30,000 in the costs?
No.
Is that you?
No, I mean, I will absorb it up front, but it has to get passed along to property owners.
So how much of that gets passed along?
Pretty much all of it, I mean.
Okay, just to be perfectly clear.
Yeah.
In terms of data to data, in terms of who is going to ultimately take on this cost as a consumer, 100%.
It'll be the end user, yes.
It's the end user.
Yes.
Okay, and I'm not trying to belabor a point other than to say this is kind of, I wanted to clarify when things are thrown in terms of luxury housing, things like that, like just kind of clarify the conversation we're having so it's apples to apples type of thing. So, thank you.
Please,
Well, along those lines, just to clarify, I heard a number of a target market of 400 a unit. Is that, I mean, that seems kind of low.
Yeah, that may be a little low. They'll be in the fours. You know, my intent is to build as affordable a product as we can. That gives you the greatest number of buyers, potential buyers. We're not really looking to build luxury housing. It's not what we do, so.
Do you happen to know what the average is in that area right now currently for the single-family homes?
No, I've seen houses in Matlock Heights for, 300. There's one on the market now that was just remodeled for $649. That's adjacent to this property. So they're kind of all over the place depending what repair they're in.
Well, I can say that there are 3 homes right now for sale with the average price of $491,300.
This is for the petitioner. I want to circle back and redirect towards this issue of build by right. The idea of you buy the property, stay within the UDO, build out your property within those regulations. In looking at the property and the property alone, outside of all this stuff that we're talking about now, how many homes would you be realistically allowed to build on that property if you were doing it by right? Which means you would need no variances and you were well within the UDO.
Yeah, we've studied this a little bit as well. That's a loaded question in the sense that they don't want you to have new driveways that are coming to done. And so if you just took 60 feet and put them along Dunn, even though I don't think that the engineering department would want that, it would only be about 4.
Well, Joe, if I can kind of interject from a staff perspective, I think that, you kind of touched on this a little bit earlier when you looked at, the number of units that are proposed here, and if you were to change those lot sizes to be compliant with the R2 zoning, you would get, the 11 lots that would result from making these the minimum lot size. So that would probably be the most realistic number, looking at, because all lots have to have frontage on a public street, which they've shown going through here. Stormwater retention has to be accounted for. So, probably those 11 lots would probably be close to
And that, actually, I was trying to formulate that next question, so thank you for that, Eric, because I was going to ask if you had, when I asked you what's realistic within the build by right, and you talked about the driveway cut onto Dunn, but what if you, did it in such a way that you put your own street in there and the whole thing, like you looked at it? That was my question, is what would be realistic?
The tree canopy requirement is what would stop us from being able to build many of those lots. And so realistically, it would still be a low number.
Like?
I believe it would still be only about the 4, 5, 6 range if we were put an entire street through there. But however, if you put an entire street through there, you still violate the tree canopy. You'd still need a variance.
Is that accurate, Eric?
Yeah, I think most of the variances that are, well, I shouldn't say most, half of the variances that are on here are related to just the street moving through here and the need for detention based on the topography of the site. So, as I said in the initial portion of the presentation, given that the majority of the good trees are in the center of the site and the street has to move through there, that necessitates a lot of that removal as well as the location of the detention. So those do present some practical difficulties with the use of the property. But, like I also said, there isn't a guaranteed minimum. The UDO doesn't say you have to have a minimum number of lots that you can get. It's if you can meet all of those standards. So, one of the things that the board obviously is aware you're considering is, is this the number of lots here or the 11 that would be allowed by right, is that a reasonable use of the property? And so that's where we made findings against the minimum lot size and minimum lot area and setbacks was, the allowance to have 11 lots here still allows them to use for the property in which it's zoned. You're not depriving them of the reasonable use of the property because they can't get 15. Having 11 lots or whatever that number is still gives them the reasonable use of the property.
Right, and I appreciate that. That's good information. And I'm just trying to align in this whole thing. Here's what would happen regardless if there was no hearing in front of the BZA. Here's what could conceivably happen. Right now, if every item in the UDO was abided by, and it sounds like there could be 4, maybe 5 homes without any issues at all,
Yeah, I'd be nervous to say 4 or 5 without any issues at all, because any newly created lot has to have frontage on a public street. Given the depth of this property, there is a 4-to-1 maximum depth to width ratio within the subdivision section. So it's arguable you'd only get 1 lot, to be honest, given that depth to width ratio restriction.
Understood. Thank you for clarifying that. Any other questions? No, you can debate further before. If you have any other questions or comments, we can have those now, or else I will entertain a motion.
Yeah, I mean, I would just say, I think that, well, I'll just make a motion that we, let's see, make a motion that we, let's see, approve the proposed findings by the staff for case ZR 2025-12-0114, and approve the variances from the tree canopy preservation, tree protection, fencing, and riparian intermediate and fringe zoning disturbance activities, but deny the variances from minimum lot area, minimum lot width, and minimum side building setback, with the 8 conditions as set forth in the staff recommendation.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll just second so we can get discussion going.
We have a motion from the board. Discussion, please.
I'll go first. I mean, I appreciate the issues that have been put forward by the petitioner as well as the neighbors. It strikes me that the staff has come up with a set of recommendations that strikes the balance. It doesn't make anybody happy, which sometimes is, the result of a decent compromise. I mean, this was zoned by the city council for medium density. And I think the conditions that are put forward, the way the staff's handled the recommendations, I think it actually does take forward the intent of our legislative body when they adopted the UDO.
Tim, did you have something?
Yeah, and I appreciate all the engagement, and we can all agree to disagree. I think that's what democracy allows for. That's a good thing. I just want to bring, and not stretch this out any more than it needs to be, but the Hopewell South PUD, and I want to put it alongside this development. And I've got some thoughts here I just collected. To me, that's a well thought out example. The Hopewell PUD, for those who are aware of it, and probably all of us are, it's an example of the ability to give developers, which includes the city of Bloomington, latitude for much needed housing within the confines of the UDO, which, as we continue these discussions, are very, very challenging to balance affordability and sustainability. I think like this petition, that doesn't necessarily fit per the zoning and is well outside of the zoning in the current area. But again, to me, it's a byproduct of the city's hand, much like a lot of developers, their hand being forced to get creative to meet a need in housing. That I can say, along with Commissioner Breaux, we've got about 35 years of real estate experience between us. We see it firsthand. I think my point, coming back to this, is the Hopewell PUD is highlighting the ability to spread infrastructure costs across more units. So I guess the question in my mind is why not maximize the number with the balance of everything else they're doing? Because I kind of see the environmental approach, and I'll just say this as, to me, that's truer conservation and preservation, and I know people will disagree with that, because it's keeping intact this natural environment, which the petitioners willing to do. And that is better in this situation to me than the sustainability incentives that I think we all know can kind of get bogged down, like with the red tape of the UDO. So I'll just wrap it up by saying, I think, John, your point is well taken in terms of this being about as close as we can get, again, within what we're allowed to do, within our purview. We can agree with a lot of projects. Bottom line, we have to vote per the purview, and we're kind of constrained in that, and how we kind of back that up. So I think I kind of stand where you are, as this may be the best balance between two very kind of opposing viewpoints.
Yeah, and I think that listening to what you're saying here, for the benefit of the public, I think it might be valuable to talk about this idea that if, as a board, we say we want to go against the recommendations of the city on those, especially those 4 items, we would need to come up with a rationale for why we were within our purview allowed to disagree, and we would have to provide a finding of fact. So it sounds at this point what you're saying is that nobody on the board can find facts that would allow us to go against the wishes of the city on their recommendation. Is that correct?
Right. I mean, we could obviously sit here and go through that, and we've done that many times, you know, kind of before on petitions. But me simply saying from the economic perspective of housing attainability and the things we talk about, and projects like this, which I think are very, very much needed in areas like this, yeah, I think if we could come up with, I personally would try to come up with 3 to meet the denials, to try to get the 15 units. But I leave that to the rest of us to be able to discuss and come up with the findings of fact, like you said, that would be able to support that. And I'm not sure if that would be possible.
Well, the way I read it from the city's presentation, it's the variances they recommend for the tree canopy and the tree production and the repairing, it really has more to do with being able to allow the building of a street.
Right.
And I do want to ask a question of the city. Is there some plan down in the future for Tamarack to continue all the way over to North Walnut? Is that street going to eventually open up so that it goes through the property behind on the west? The new road that's being put into this?
Yes, so with this approval, with the street stub that is being shown to the west, there is language within the UDO that talks about when stub streets are placed to a property line, those are required to be extended through a property when that develops. Certainly we'll also put this on the list of possible inclusions on the transportation plan to make sure that that's clearly shown on there as well. But the very fact that there is a stub that is placed here and the language in the UDO that requires that to be extended would happen then with development, especially subdivision, on the property to the west.
Yeah, and the property to the west, and looking at the map and driving by there to take a look, it appears that there's somewhat of a drive already there on the west side that runs between that property and North Walnut. Am I seeing that? It runs, I believe, just directly to the south of the furniture store. It looks like
yes, so there is a drive that runs, there are several drives that kind of run there, and there is one driveway, main entrance on Walnut Street, and certainly as you look at that property and see in the next 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years, redevelopment potential for that, who knows what that might look like, so we would look to get that street stub through there, and having that on the transportation plan just helps that even more.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions?
Appreciate the public coming and expressing their views and their sentiments about this proposal, and also giving a little bit of a history of the lot, that it was the intent was the lot was to be a preservation, except the owner that owned the lot never made it official, correct? So it was just a piece of land. So anybody could have bought it and done. Once you buy it, then you have the right to develop according to the city ordinances. But I do appreciate you sharing. I grieve with you. I just want you to know that I grieve with you that unfortunately the previous owner didn't set up a deed restriction on the land, so then the land becomes part of a regular land that could be used for any purpose, according to the UDO. So that is one thing that happens if the land does not have a specified use. So, but I just want you to know that I heard you. But based on what we see, we are here to look at only the 7 criteria that are presented in front of us, and the city has, what the city has presented tonight makes sense, and we don't have anything to contest the denial of the other ones. So, thank you.
Before calling the question, any other comments from the board? If not, I call the question, and again, as a reminder, a vote of yes would mean to accept the recommendations by the city, passing the 4 items of the tree canopy preservation, the tree protection, fencing, the repairing buffer, intermediate and fringe, and denying the lot area, lot width, and side building setback. A vote of yes would allow those conditions to go through. A vote of no, of course, would be to deny the petition altogether. Sorry, I called the question.
Oh, okay, thank you. Ballard? Yes. Burrell?
Yes.
Fernandez?
Yes.
Throckmorton?
Yes. Okay, we're going to make a motion to adjourn for 5 minutes. We'll come back and we will hear upon our return ZR 2025-12-0115. Back. The board is back, and we are now in session. And before the board at this point is case number ZR 2025-12-0115. This is Value Built, Inc. May I have a staff report, please?
Certainly. As I get it up, I'll just say my name is Gabriel Holbrow, zoning planner for the city of Bloomington. And that's up there. Okay. So this is a petition for a variance at 614 North Grant Street. The property is located in the old northeast downtown neighborhood. It's at the southeast corner of Grant Street and Cottage Grove Avenue. The property currently contains a 4-bedroom, single-family detached dwelling with an active rental permit, as well as a small portion of closed canopy wooded area. It's got 6,600 and some square feet. It's zoned residential, high-density multifamily, RH. In the comprehensive plan, it's mixed urban residential, so it's got that single-family dwelling. Petitioner is proposing a triplex dwelling, so with 3 units in a townhouse configuration, which is an allowed use in the district. The issue is that there is, this is an aerial photo, which maybe you can kind of see. The trees you see in the middle of the picture, we're looking from the north, sort of, at the house. Cottage Grove is underneath the closed caption words, so we can't really see it. Grant Street is there on the right. The house is just to the right of center, and you can see all the trees around it. So pretty much all of the property except for the house is a small closed canopy wooded area that's subject to tree and forest preservation standards. As part of the proposed redevelopment, the petitioner is proposing to take down quite a few of those trees in order to make room for the allowed structure and an allowed driveway. What they're taking down is a little more than is allowed under the tree and forest preservation standards, so they're asking for a variance from those tree and forest preservation standards. This is a view, this is from Google Street View. We're on Cottage Grove Avenue looking south into the property. This isn't such a great illustration, but just shows you we can see some trees. Some of them will be retained. The site plan, as proposed by the petitioner, does show tree preservation, fencing around some existing trees, although many of the trees are proposed to be removed, and 9 trees are proposed to be planted back as remediation for the tree removal. This variance petition was heard by the hearing officer on January 14th, but at that hearing, the hearing officer noted that the demolition of the structures on the site, including the house and also the brick sidewalk along Grant Street, is subject to demolition delay and review by the Historic Preservation Commission. And specifically, so one feature of that is there's a brick sidewalk that's along Grant Street, along the west side of the property, that the petitioner is proposing to remove. And there are trees going in where that sidewalk was. So they're proposing to take out the brick sidewalk, construct a new concrete sidewalk just inside of that, and the area where the brick sidewalk will become a tree plot with some trees in it. So the hearing officer noted that that's subject to demolition delay, and if through that process the brick sidewalk cannot be removed, then some of those trees would have to move, so the site plan would change. So the hearing officer said, you know what, we need to postpone this until the HPC, Historic Preservation Commission, looks at it. So that happened. On February 12th, the HPC reviewed the proposed demolition of the house and the brick sidewalk and released the demolition delay. So there's nothing in the way of the petitioner removing the sidewalk, so the proposed site plan can move forward. So the location of the street trees and mitigation trees are now possible. So with that, staff recommends findings that the tree removal will not be injurious so long as at least 9 new trees of large canopy species are planted back on the property, which is shown on the site plan. Staff recommends a proposed finding that the use and value of areas adjacent to the property are not expected to be substantially adversely affected, and that the strict application of the terms of the UDO will result in practical difficulties in the use of the property, and that the small size of the property and amount of closed canopy coverage substantially restricts the ability to use the property. Peculiar features on the property include the relatively large portion of the lot covered by closed canopy compared to the size of the lot. The footprint of the existing structure at 1,276 square feet is small for a lot of this size, but not unusually so. However, it is unusual for the entire remainder of the lot beyond the building footprint to be covered by closed canopy. This peculiar feature limits the buildable area on the property. The granting of the variance will relieve the practical difficulties by allowing for an appropriately sized residential building and driveway to be constructed. With that, the department recommends that the board adopt these proposed findings and approve the requested variance with one condition. The summary of the condition is the petitioner has to plant the 9 trees as shown on the site plan, and that those must be inspected within 6 weeks of occupancy. Thank you.
Thank you. And if we could have the petitioner, is the petitioner here with us? If you would come up to the podium and please state your first and last name.
Hello, I'm Ernest.
And do you affirm the testimony you're about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And again, you'll have 20 minutes. Use what you want now. You'll also have that retained, what you do not use, before a motion is entertained.
Excellent.
Thank you.
In light of the last petition, I'm going to keep this really short.
Please step forward close to the microphone.
Sorry. Can you hear me? Yep. In light of the last petition, I'll keep this really short. Thank you, Gabriel, for the summary. As Gabriel mentioned, we're looking to redevelop 614 North Grant Street. We've gotten HPC approval to demo the property as well as the sidewalk. The trees on the property do cover the majority of the property. It's important to note that the current structure could not be rebuilt without a variance from the tree preservation, just because of the drip lines and the tree protection required. That's about all I have. I'd like to say much for the rest of my time.
Thank you. We're back to the board for any questions of the petitioner or the city staff. Seeing none, we'll go to the public. Anyone in the public in chambers or online wishing to comment on this petition? If so, please come over to the podium, sign in. Is there anyone else too that are in chambers that would like to speak? If so, you could start your, okay. State your first and last name.
Amy Butler.
Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
You have 5 minutes.
All right. So I apologize. I'm extremely nervous. Anyway, so I know that decisions have likely been made already concerning this variance request, but I am speaking truth because it needs to be done for whatever that is worth. What they are taking down in trees is more than just a little more than what is allowed per the UDO. It is significant. Gabriel said it's just a little more. It's not. They're only going to be leaving about just under 1,000 square foot of canopy on this after they remove a total of 11 trees from the property. There are 16 trees on the property within just that block alone, from Cottage Grove over to 10th and from Grant to Dunn. There are only 9 other trees on the whole block. Now, there's also some street trees, a total of, let's see, so that means there's a total of 25 trees in this block that are privately owned. There are only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, about 10 street trees. We don't have many trees in this area. If you go to the next block over to the north, there's 13 privately owned trees. There's 1 privately owned tree in the next block beyond that. If you go over to the Dunn and 12th over to Indiana, there's 2 trees that are privately owned. Then there's 1 tree that's privately owned in the block between 11th and Cottage Grove and Dunn and Indiana. And then there's 0 trees that are privately owned between Dunn and Cottage Grove and 10th and Indiana. There are some street trees in there, but this is a tree desert that has been created by the zoning that you guys have done. And the thing is there's been multiple, if you look at the map that Gabriel has used showing tree canopy coverage, that's not accurate, actually. There have been 3 properties removed out of that map that he's using to show tree canopy, and of those 3, all those trees were removed. So the big green blotches, there's like 1 big green blotch left, and that's on 614 Grant. There's only 9 other trees that will be left. So that the map is inaccurate, which I don't think is really fair if you're trying to decide if these trees should be allowed to be removed. Environmentally, creating hot zones in our city is a really bad idea. I mean, especially with how we're having, worse weather, it seems. I don't know. I mean, anyway. But if they go ahead and do the variance, it will take, if he replaces 9 trees where they're taking down 11 mature trees, it'll take 20 years to get back to what the minimum requirement is of the UDO for the trees to be retained on this. This saddens me deeply. And if you look at this whole zone that I'm talking about, if you walk through this area from Indiana over to Grant, it's significantly different from the next blocks beyond that. It's sad. And I think you guys should consider that before you just go ahead and approve these variances. You know, you're talking about all these trees that people are trying to save here just now on North Dunn. In the city limits, like in downtown city, like towards campus, we don't have many trees. If you could save the tree, the poplar on the corner that is right behind that brick sidewalk, if that brick sidewalk is retained where it is, you could save that poplar on the corner, and that would get you closer to what the UDO requirement is. The neighbors have to pay a deep price for 20 years until we get anywhere close to what the UDO really wants it to be. You know, I would really like you to consider that before you make your decision. You know, these lots that are being, you know, filled, you know, they're taking old houses down. They're saying it's peculiar that there's a lot of trees on these. Not when you have a 100-year-old house that's been there. You know, that's not peculiar. Those trees haven't just grown up overnight. It takes a long time for that to happen. So any tree that is removed does a lot of, you know, it's a significant change for the area. And I would really like it if you would consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in chambers? Go ahead and sign in. State your first and last name.
My name is James Ford.
Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You have 5 minutes.
This neighborhood is slowly turning into a giant parking lot. The houses and the trees are all being demolished and are being replaced by large, overly large, student-centered housing, which is fine in the UDO. If you look at it by the letter, I think it follows the UDO. But I don't feel like there's any mechanism to ensure that any trees that are replanted will actually survive a year from now or 2 years from now. There was something mentioned earlier that 6 weeks after residency that they'll be checked, and if they're still alive, then they'll be fine. But what if the next year they're all gone? Who then replants them? Who checks on the health of them? Who really does ensure that this canopy be restored in the next couple decades? I don't see the mechanism for that. I also, maybe this isn't part of this body's concern, but I'm also concerned about parking. There's no more parking on the streets. And the way the UDO says they don't have to put, for every bed, a parking spot on the site. They can just assume that the streets are a big black hole that can take up all of the parking that is generated by these maybe 15 students who are going to be living on this little house, on this little lot. So I don't have the formal citations in the UDO that I can reference, so perhaps my comments are not so relevant. But I did want you to at least think about ensuring that there is a mechanism to, if there is tree replacement, that mechanism allows the trees to be checked sometime in the future. Side comment, there is a screech owl that is in resident right now in one of the trees, and I'm sure it's building a nest for this spring, and I'm concerned about where that screech owl is going to move to when they bulldoze their trees. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in chambers who would like to speak to this petition? Anyone online?
If there's anybody online that would like to speak to this petition, please use the raise hand function and we can recognize you.
We'll wait a moment. Seeing none, correct, Eric?
No, I'm not seeing anybody that's
Okay, we'll
raising
go back to the petitioner for final comments. Is there anything you would like to take out of your remaining time, which is about 19 minutes?
Yeah, just to address a couple of the comments. Us moving the brick sidewalk and putting in the concrete sidewalk away from the curb is a requirement of the UDO, and that's why it's being done. It's not because I wanted to kill the poplar tree. We are also adding 10 street trees along Grant and Cottage Grove, along with the 9 trees. And we did not choose 9 trees to be replanted. That was a condition of staff and from Rachel Johnson. Yeah. But I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you. If you would just be ready to answer any questions we might have. Back to the board for final comments before we entertain a motion. Any questions, comments? Seeing none, do I have a motion?
I'll move.
Sorry, and I meant to answer this last petition and it slipped, but I'm curious about this, and I imagine I can anticipate the answer having something to do with difficulty of just kind of, enforcement or whatever, but this notion of the timeline by which we review the success of replacement trees. Is that something you all have talked about at all in terms of extending that out?
So you're responding to the condition talks about checking it once that they're planted, and then the condition doesn't mention anything about following up. So
Yeah, I'm
you're
just
asking
curious.
about
I
that?
mean, I think that's I appreciate what the participant mentioned about that, and Hopi mentioned that in the prior, Councilmember Strasburg mentioned that in the prior petition too. I'm just curious about that. I mean, I imagine there's administrative issues, whatever, but I'm interested in the staff's kind of reaction to.
Yeah, so this is something that's come up several times over the past decade. And as you mentioned, it's certainly a staffing issue of not just any situation where there's required landscaping. And that is something that's somewhat on our long-term list of things to try to get more staffing and do routine inspections of sites to make sure that landscaping that was required with site plans is still existing and thriving. And it in essence revolves around a staffing issue, but it is something that we're aware of and do hope to try to address at some point in the future, with maybe a budget allowance for a staff member who's a little bit more specialized for this. So we hear what the board is saying.
When you look at the aerial images of this neighborhood, I mean, it is pretty stark. And, I totally hear what folks are saying about that. And this sounds like a total cop-out, but the appropriate body where that gets addressed is really the city council, not, the BZA. This property was zoned. This is a permitted use. I imagine the only alternative would be, build a much taller structure, but that's not going to be, permitted either if you were going to try and preserve the existing trees. So it's, I totally appreciate where the demonstrators are coming from. I think in the context of the jurisdiction of this body, those are issues we can't really address.
Any other comments? If not, I will entertain a motion.
I'll move that we adopt the proposed findings for ZR 2025-12-0115 and approve the requested variance, the following condition as stated in the packet.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? I call the question.
Ballard?
Yes.
Burrow?
Yes.
Fernandez? Yes. Throckmorton?
Yes. Motion pass, or the petition passes 4-0. Moving on to ZR 2025-12-0116. This is H&E Rentals LLC, Eric Maston. May I have a staff report, please?
Good evening. Good evening, I'm Joe Patterson, zoning and long-range planner for the city of Bloomington. Before you is a conditional use to allow for a duplex in the residential small lot zoning district. This property is located near the intersection of East Allen Street and South Henderson, just across the street from Bryan Park. The long-range comprehensive plan designation is mixed urban residential. It is currently a vacant lot. Per the site plan here, you'll see that the new duplex is split to east and west half. Both has facing South Henderson Street. You'll see a driveway there onto the north side of that, which will have the drive cut off of South Henderson. South Henderson is classified as a secondary arterial thoroughfare. Looking at the floor plan, we see that the upper floor for each half of the duplex will contain 2 bedrooms, with each having its own bathroom. Bottom floor containing 1 bathroom, open living space, kitchen, and another bedroom. So the duplex will have a total of 6 bedrooms. Looking at our use-specific standards, we see that each newly constructed dwelling will have to have a separate exterior entrance facing public or private street, which I showed you that it just does, so that condition is met. For design elements, we have to consider roof pitch, front porch width and depth, the front building setback, vehicle parking access, and again, that no duplex structure shall contain no more than 6 bedrooms. Looking at the elevations, you'll see that there is a variety of roof pitches. You'll see both of the entrances are covered with a awning. Again, with the with the north and south elevations, you'll see the variety of roof pitches and materials being used. And when we compare these two structures immediately to the north and south, we'll see that the lots immediately to the north and south are more of a single family, similar roof pitch design to each other. But when you go further from these 2 lots, if you go 1 more lot to the south, you'll see that there is a much larger 2-story structure with larger roof pitches, more parking area, again, different types of materials used. And when you go north of the intersection there, again, you'll see another 2-story structure, another 1-story structure, a 1.5-story structure. Again, varying design elements, varying roof pitches. So the immediate area of this proposed site does have a variety of elements from the design perspective. With that being said, looking at the compliance criteria for the conditional use, we find the use-specific standards that apply, and this petition meets those standards. In accordance with those standards, each unit has its own separate exterior entrance. The design incorporates many elements similar to existing and surrounding residences on the block face, including the roof pitch design, front porch width and depth, building setback, and vehicle parking access. Again, it is not exceeding the 6-bedroom allowance. The property owner does not have any notices of violation, and there are no other applicable regulations or prior approvals for this site. For consistency with comprehensive plan and other plans, we find that since the comprehensive plan identifies this area as mixed urban residential for future land use, the redevelopment should be compatible with the surroundings, and that for land use approvals within mixed urban residential, it should allow context-sensitive multifamily development along higher volume roads, along district edges, and near major destinations, and appropriately integrated with adjacent uses and styles. Policy 531 further encourages opportunities for infill and redevelopment across Bloomington with consideration for increased residential densities, complementary design, and underutilized housing types such as accessory dwelling units and duplexes. We find this proposal is congruent with the goals of the comprehensive plan. Regarding adequate public services and facilities, we find adequate public capacity exists with water and sanitary sewer provided along Henderson Street. Again, while the property is currently undeveloped, we believe sufficient capacity for water and sewer connections and services are present, but again, will nonetheless be reviewed upon application for the building permit. For minimizing and mitigating adverse impacts, there are no known regulated natural or scenic features to be impacted. The property is not located in a historic district. No significant adverse impacts are expected from the establishment of the duplex. No changes to trash or waste collection. And while there were some concerns raised with the neighborhood association meeting, we find that the overall design and proposed duplex use are not found to significantly alter the overall character of the area. For rational phasing plan, there is no phasing plan proposed with this, and therefore it is the recommendation that the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the proposed findings and approve the petition with the following conditions: that the conditional use approval is limited to the design shown and discussed in the packet, and the conditional use approval requires the petitioner to pass a rental inspection from hand and procure a rental permit for any units that will be rented. Thank you, and I'm here for any questions you may have.
Thank you. Is the petitioner here in chambers? Is the petitioner present? Thank you. If you please come forward and sign in. State your first and last name when you're ready.
Almost. Eric Maston.
Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, and you'll have the 20 minutes. Whatever portion you don't use now will be retained for later.
Okay. I'm Eric Maston. I've lived in Bloomington my whole life. I'm just excited to contribute to the community, provide some housing during the crisis, and I've worked with Joe through this whole process. It's my first time. He's helped me greatly, and he's helped me pick out something that fits all the criteria, and I plan to build a really nice structure, high quality, and that will look really nice in the neighborhood. And that's about all I have, because I'm sure there'll be a lot of questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And if you'll give us a moment, just stand by in case we have any questions. Any questions from the board for the staff or the petitioner? Okay, seeing none, we will go to the public for comment. Is there anyone in the chambers who would like to make comment on this petition? If so, please come forward to the podium, sign in.
Okay.
Please state your first and last name.
My name is David Stewart. I live at 1015 South Dunn Street.
Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You have up to 5 minutes.
Okay. Well, you know, I bought my house there a long time ago. I've lived about 30 years. And Bryan Park is a very special place. As Eric Maston said when he gave a nice proposal to our Bloomington Bryan Park Neighborhood Association. And I'm glad that he didn't say in front of this board that he is building it because he hoped that his daughter would live there. She went through master's school and his other child might live there and maybe 2 families could live there. I thank you for your honesty because this is obviously student rental and we're going to change the character of the neighborhood from single-family homes, and we're going to have a duplex that has 6 bedrooms with 6 bathrooms attached, so it'll be for 6 people to live there. It's not for young professionals to live and maybe get a family as they go along their professional path. It's for student housing. And once you change the character of the neighborhood, then he said, somebody at the neighborhood said, well, maybe you could think about making it into the 2 families like you were thinking of, a different design. And he said, well, I have to run the numbers. And I think, again, I thank you for your honesty because he ran the numbers and he found that he can make a lot more money renting it to students. And, you know, that's just a fact. So we're changing with this right here, this duplex is going to change the character of the neighborhood. Bryan Park is a very special place. because people walk to the park and they get to know each other. People know each other in this neighborhood. And people in this student housing, well, we'll get to know them too. Maybe there'll be, graduate students that are really serious and want to, integrate with a neighborhood. I don't mean that in any other way other than to be good neighbors. Maybe they'll be like that. That'd be wonderful if they would, but maybe they won't. Maybe they'll have beer pong parties. Maybe the proximity to the park might be such that they can have big parties there. And if they do, hey, then maybe there'll be a study out of Michigan or something saying that we'll just have, student housing outside of the city. We'll just move it and encroach down into the single-family neighborhoods. Maybe it's good for our neighborhood. I don't think so. It's going to change my personal life because this structure will be right near where I live. Instead of looking and seeing another family living near the park, it'll be a bunch of students living near the park. Again, if it was a bunch of students that were living in a house situation, as there are in our neighborhood, it's students who want to live in shared communal type of activities where they kind of share a house and rent a house together. But this is not that. This is 6 units of people in luxury student housing, and it changes the character of the neighborhood. Therefore, since it's changing the character of the neighborhood, I think that it doesn't fit into the zoning. It will change our neighborhood, and I'm against it. And I hope that you'll vote against it. But I'm not saying anything other than that. I'm against it.
Thank you. And state your first and last name, please.
I'm a little shorter than Dave. Hi, my name's John Lawrence, and I live at 525 East Grimes.
Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You have 5 minutes, please.
Thank you. Well, good evening. My name is John Lawrence, and I live in the Bryant Park neighborhood near the proposed duplex. I want to begin by clarifying something important. Our neighborhood does not oppose duplexes. In fact, the next petition is another duplex in our neighborhood that we support. I wish they had been reversed. Last year, we supported a duplex on Grimes because it respected the look and feel of the neighborhood and fit its site well. And by the way, that was a duplex built by Ernest, who was up at the previous petition. And we recently opposed a duplex on Wiley for many of the same reasons we are here tonight. Our position has been consistent. We support projects that fit the neighborhood and function well on its site. Unfortunately, this proposal creates predictable impacts because of its intensity and parking limitations. This is a 6-bedroom duplex on a small lot, potentially 6 unrelated adults with multiple vehicles. The property relies on a 70-foot-long, single-width driveway. Vehicles cannot pass one another. This requires stacking. Stacking may work in theory, but in practice, residents become blocked in. When people cannot easily leave for work or daily activities, they look for parking elsewhere. But this location has strict physical constraints. There is no parking allowed on Henderson. And the parking lot across the street at Bryant Park cannot serve as overflow because parking there after dark is illegal. So excess parking pressure moves into surrounding streets. This brings me to what I believe is the most important issue, the Allen Street Greenway. Allen Street has no sidewalks. The city intentionally created the Greenway as a safe pedestrian and bicycle corridor. When the Greenway was constructed, the city installed bump outs that intentionally removed on-street parking spaces to calm traffic and discourage vehicle use. We were discouraged to drive and park on that street. Parking capacity in this area was deliberately reduced as part of a public safety and planning decision. We participated in lots of city planning meetings about this Greenway. The Greenway represents a public investment prioritizing people over cars. When a development introduces parking demand that cannot be handled on-site, that pressure shifts toward nearby public space, including infrastructure specifically designed to discourage vehicles. Approving a project that predictably increases vehicle pressure on this corridor undermines the purpose for which the Greenway was created. These concerns relate directly to the findings this board is required to consider. First, compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood, where the scale of occupancy and parking demand exceeds what nearby infrastructure supports. Second, public safety, especially pedestrian safety along Allen Street, which lacks sidewalks and relies on the Greenway as its primary safe route. Third, adequacy of public infrastructure. Parking is already limited by design, and the proposal depends on overflow that cannot legally or realistically occur. And finally, consistency with city planning goals, which intentionally prioritize pedestrian movement and traffic calming when creating the Greenway. Good planning asks not only whether a building fits dimensional standards, but whether the daily activity it generates fits the surrounding environment. In this case, the impacts extend beyond the property and onto neighbors and public infrastructure. Once those impacts occur, they are very difficult to reverse. For these reasons, we respectfully ask the board to deny the petition or require substantial revisions that allow the site to function realistically. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in chambers who'd like to speak? Please state your first and last name.
Corey Hawkins.
Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You have 5 minutes.
My name is Corey Hawkins. I am the owner of 506 East Allen Street on the Greenway that John just mentioned. I'm writing to formally oppose the conditional use request submitted for the two-story, two-unit duplex. My full opposition is in the packet, but I did want to address a couple of questions that have not been answered by the city or by the builder. I respectfully urge the board to deny this request because the proposal does not meet standards required for approval by a conditional use. One, incompatibility with the surrounding development pattern, the pattern, not the roof lines. Public safety and traffic concerns. The proposal includes a parking strip, yes, but 70 feet by 13 feet fits approximately 4 to 5 cars stacked one upon each other. Of concern, particularly, is the nearby Allen Street Greenway, an entrance to Bryant Park at the playgrounds where my 5-year-old daughter plays every day. And every single day, we cross the intersection of Allen and Henderson. And the city actually put in a stop sign at that intersection because it was so dangerous, because there's a hill that people fly south on Henderson down. And as families are walking down the Greenway that the city designed to walk in the middle of the street to one of the most beautiful parks in Bloomington, Bryant Park, that intersection is adjacent to this property. And as 5 or 6 cars back out of that driveway to let each of them out of that single wide driveway to work, they will back into this intersection, of which families are walking and cycling down to get to Bryant Park and get to Templeton Elementary School, which is right up the street. There is also a lack of demonstrable affordability. 6 bedrooms at what the petitioner has indicated at our neighborhood association meeting to be approximately $1,000 per bedroom. Being 2 houses down, my 4-bedroom house would rent for approximately $400. If the proposal is not income restricted or tied to any affordability commitments, the board should consider what public benefit justifies approving this level of density and intensity in a small lot residential district. So, I respectfully request that the following questions be addressed today, clearly on record at this public hearing. First, how many off-street parking spaces are proposed, and how does that compare to the expected occupancy levels for 6 bedrooms? Again, estimation of a 70 by 13 driveway would, in theory, only hold 5 cars. What is the projected number of residents for this property? Has a traffic impact analysis been conducted specifically to this site's proximity to the Allen Street Greenway? How does the petitioner demonstrate that this proposal will not adversely affect adjacent property values? In what way is the level of density consistent with the intent and character, not just roof lines, of the R3 residential small lot district in this specific block context? Is the proposed development income restricted or subject to any affordability commitments? And if not, what specific public benefit justifies approval of a 6-bedroom duplex at this scale? These questions are central to determining whether the required findings for conditional use approval can legitimately be made. I respectfully ask that the BZA deny this request in light of increasing affordable housing in Bloomington. Alternatively, a 1.5-story structure with 3 or 4 bedrooms with sufficient parking that does not create increased hazard or traffic on the Allen Street Greenway would be acceptable for this neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I have 16 seconds.
Go ahead and sign in, please. If you would state your first and last name.
Janice Sorby.
And do you affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You have 5 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Jan Sorby, and I live 1 block from the proposed duplex. I want to begin by saying clearly, I support duplexes and missing middle housing. I understand the need for growth and additional housing options in Bloomington. This is not about whether a duplex belongs in this district. It is about whether this particular design is compatible with the established character of the block face, specifically in scale, massing, and yes, roof form. This block is not architecturally identical. The houses were built at different times. Some have additions. Roof pitch varies. But there is a clear organizing feature that unites the block. Yes, the roof, the primary roof ridge on all of the homes along this block face run parallel to the street. That shared ridge orientation creates a consistent horizontal silhouette. It keeps the visual mass restrained. Even where homes include perpendicular additions that gable into the main roof, those additions are subordinate. They do not change the dominant ridge orientation or the overall horizontal emphasis along the street. That pattern, the ridge running parallel to the street, is what makes this whole block face feel cohesive. It is this visual rhythm that you experience when walking or driving along it. The code is very clear. It states duplex design elements shall be similar in general shape, size, and design to the majority of existing structures on that block face, including roof orientation. The key phrase here is similar to the majority. That requires us to look at what actually defines this block. On this block face, all of the houses have side gable configuration with a primary ridge parallel to the street. The proposed duplex departs from that established pattern. Rather than maintaining a dominant ridge parallel to the street, it introduces steep, street-facing gables. That shift changes the visual emphasis from horizontal to vertical. Instead of one simple roof plane defining the mass, there are several peaks and projections. The result is a building that reads as taller and more complex and more visually prominent than the surrounding houses. Even if the footprint meets zoning requirements, massing is not just about square footage. Roof form significantly affects perceived scale. Multiple forward-facing gables amplify height and bulk. They draw the eye upward and increase the apparent size of the structure within the modest block. Compatibility is not simply about meeting pneumatic standards like setbacks and density. It is about whether the general shape and the design align with the prevailing pattern. If the organizing roof form of this block is replaced with a more vertical, more complex configuration, the cohesive rhythm of the street is weakened. Growth is appropriate here. Duplexes can work on this block, but they must respect the established form that defines the block face, according to code. This is not a request to prohibit development. It is a request to apply the code as written. A duplex design that maintains the dominant ridge orientation parallel to Henderson would be consistent with the pattern and requirements of similarity in general shape and design. For those reasons, I respectfully ask you to reject this design as proposed and require a form that aligns with the existing roof pattern and maintains the modest visual scale of this block. I think duplex would be appropriate here, but it has to look right. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else in chambers who'd like to speak, please come forward and sign in, please. And state your first and last name.
Yeah, Hayden Blankenship.
Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You have 5 minutes, please.
Sweet, thanks. Yeah, I'm Hayden Blankenship. My partner Mackenzie and I recently purchased 1000 South Henderson Street, the house just next door on the corner with the big hedges and the images shown at the beginning. While I do have some affordability concerns about this proposal, my most practical concern to this group is also about the Greenway on Allen. We're really happy and proud to live on the corner of the park and the Greenway, and we've personally scaled back our personal vehicles to just one car that we share out of respect for keeping cars off of the Greenway and using it as pedestrians as often as possible. The Greenway does often naturally become overflow parking, mostly for the park, but also sadly sometimes for tenants nearby. For example, across the street from us is 932 South Henderson, and there's actually like a mirrored situation where there's a rental unit in the house on the lot that's just north of them. Over the span of the last few years, the tenants in that house haven't had the space in their driveway to accommodate their just 3 vehicles and regularly used the Greenway for parking when their driveway has been full, or just like when it's simpler to not park in your roommates, right? In the proposed build next door, there are 6 rooms. Whether or not this is the plan to begin with, I think we should expect and prepare for the possibility of there being 6 vehicles tied to the house, or potentially even more, which I think would result in a lot of regular overflow parking into the Greenway. I do totally understand the Greenway being used as overflow parking for events at the park, but I do have some pretty serious concerns about this being a step toward turning the Greenway into less of a pedestrian path and more just like regular street parking. Given this, yeah, I do ask that the board consider our beloved pedestrian Greenway and our newly adorned Arboretum directly across the street when considering this proposal. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else in chambers who'd like to speak to this petition? Is there anyone online? Please check.
If there is anybody online that would like to speak to this petition, please use the raise hand function and we can recognize you. I'm not seeing anybody.
Okay. With that, we're back to the petitioner. If the petitioner would like to use the remaining portion of their time, you could do so now, please.
I'm just here to try to answer any questions you guys might have. I appreciate everybody's input, and I just would like to proceed.
Okay, so that you're done with your time allotment? Okay, then we'll go on to, and if you'd stand by there, please. So back to the board for final comments, questions before we look for a motion. My first one is, I do want you to walk me through this parking again. There's no carport or there's no garage, but you said something about a drive of some form. Which side of the house is that going on?
On the north side.
So it's on the north side along Allen?
No, it doesn't touch Allen. It goes, you back out across Henderson.
You said it was along the north side.
It's on the north end of the lot, right, Joe?
Where was it?
Yes, the driveway goes, there's a drive cut off of Henderson.
All right. I mean, I'm looking at it, I'm just trying to understand, because...
We're going to pull it up on the screen here.
North.
So the lot fronts on Henderson, and so there's a driveway that runs along the north side of the house.
Okay, all right. And it's going to just be a pad, there's no... And is it a single drive, or how's that going to work for the potential of 6 cars?
It is, and I was wanting to add a turnaround in the front yard there, possibly too.
Yeah, so a turnaround would not be allowed between the building and the street. So the petitioner is showing a 13-foot wide, approximately 50-foot long driveway. So that meets the minimum requirement for a duplex. You're only required to have 1 on-site parking space. So they've provided, at least 2 that are on the site. So there is a maximum of 4, but for a driveway, it's a little bit more challenging to measure, definitive spaces, but they can accommodate at least 2 cars on the driveway. How people living there, orient their vehicles or, backing in or backing out, and how do you coordinate that with your roommates is, typical for any house, regardless of rental or owner occupied or whatever.
So you're telling me that that drive would be able to handle 2 cars?
At least 2 cars, yes.
At least?
Yeah, it's 13 feet wide, about 50, 60 feet long.
Would it be able to accommodate 6?
I doubt it. I don't.
It wouldn't be allowed.
Yeah, there's a maximum of 4. Like I said, with a driveway, for parking for driveways is a little bit challenging to delineate number of spaces. But it wouldn't be allowed to have more than 6, and it's not long enough to accommodate that. You need a driveway at least 120 feet long, to get 6 cars. But like I said, the minimum is only 1, which it meets.
I know it's a lot of, I'm just looking here at is there a possibility to put parking in the backyard of the house that goes all the way that, so they can turn around in the back?
They could. I think one of the challenges the petitioner was running up against was impervious surface coverage. But certainly, if they were willing to install a longer driveway, the challenge with that, if they install the driveway turnaround at the end, it'd have to be, that would be the number of parking spaces. So it might get a little bit more challenging in terms of how that is counted in terms of number of parking spaces on the site, with a 100-foot long driveway and then 2 pull-off spaces at the end. We could possibly work with them to adjust some other things, but they could do that. They could have 2 spaces at the end.
The driveway could be adjusted. There could be areas of the driveway that are not concrete. There could be something else that it can.
I think it would all have to be permeable because they show the driveway impermeable pavers now.
Yes.
So this would be up to the petitioner if they wanted to install a turnaround at the end and delineate 2 spaces there, or something to that effect. That would be something that if they wanted to agree to that, they could.
So,
Is it something
I'm
you're
sorry.
interested? I guess I'm just.
No,
Yeah,
please,
I'm open
please.
to that idea for sure.
Are you open to that idea?
Yeah.
Because then you bring the cars to the back, so you're not stacking them.
I think that's a great idea.
Tim, did you have something?
You can go.
Oh. Yeah, my main concern, is how this is stacking up in terms of, code allows 3 unrelated adults in each one of those sides, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you're really looking at it, if it is student housing, most likely you can anticipate as many as 6 cars, theoretically. This is all theoretic, we don't know what's gonna happen. I am concerned about how this is going to blend in with the neighborhood. It doesn't seem to me that it is meeting the spirit of the code. I am concerned about the parking. I think it's going to be a nightmare for that neighborhood and that property. I'm concerned about that. I am not concerned at all about there being a duplex there. If it were a duplex for single family, that would probably be much more, for a single family on each side, would be much more accommodating based on the space that you have for vehicles. But this doesn't appear to be a structure that's being designed for that purpose. Not many families are gonna move into a 3-bathroom, individual bathroom. I mean, it's just, that space that's being sacrificed that could be used for family use. So it does kind of concern me a little bit. There's some issues there that I just think it just seems to be out of the spirit of what we're trying to do with these duplexes. I don't know. That's where I'm at the moment. Oh, Tim, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I appreciate that. I think, I just want to make a couple notes here. One is, I think we have to be very careful. The Fair Housing Act is a very serious piece of legislation that I think we, as real estate agents, with the two of us, we adhere to that, to the letter of the law, because we have to. So I want to give caution to how we evaluate such projects and try to ascertain who we think is going to live in them. We can conjecture all we want. The reality is we don't know. And so I just, because I think sometimes comments kind of come out, this is going to be a bunch of maybe undergrad students. And it was actually Western Michigan University, tied to the University of Michigan Business School, just to clarify, to go on the record with that. But I think the other note I want to make is we've had many of these now in similar faces, and appreciate the time you take to come up, and it's your neighborhood, it's your homes. I get that. I think the point of clarification, as we've seen maybe 9 or 10 of these now, was from last year when we went like 3 rounds on one of these. And Barry Clapper was still here as president. And we got to a very distinct kind of line in the sand that we are not an architectural review board. And I do think there's something potentially missing that we don't have within our purview to control. And I understand some of the comments, but really that kind of goes to the planner that's been discussing the project. And obviously that planner is saying this checks all the boxes. And we may have our kind of own take on the architecture, the roof pitch and whatnot. But again, coming back to the purview through which we make decisions about all of this, that's really a moot point. And I just want to reemphasize that, because it took 3 rounds of one of these with Barry as president to where that was really established in that last meeting on the record of we really can't dictate as much as we would like to. If even Barry, as an architect herself, said in that meeting, that 3rd round.
What are your thoughts on the parking?
What's that?
What are your thoughts on the parking issue? I mean,
I mean, again, I kind of come back to, I guess, planning on this to say, what's required again as the minimum?
So the minimum parking is 1, maximum is 4.
Yeah, and the petitioner's obviously open, he's already said it, to the permeable pavers to kind of allow for a greater turnabout. I mean, that's kind of what we continuously look for in these kind of petitions, is the petitioner being able to say, I understand what you're asking, I can look into this change, to kind of try to make it, continue to make it a win-win. kind of scenario. So I feel like the fact that the petitioner's open to that as a potential option to help alleviate the concern, which I understand, it's valid. That's it.
City, remind me again, in an event of a tie, 2 to 2, the petitioner can come back next month and represent?
Yes, so certainly if you want to continue to give guidance toward any changes, they can review those and make any adjustments and then come back next month. Yep.
As opposed to if it was voted down, it would be 6 months to wait, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. John?
Yeah, I got a couple comments, and I'm still the relative newbie, so I wasn't here for some of those historic debates. But I do think I have a decent understanding of what many of the council members intended as a legislative body when they said we want to advance this notion of addressing the missing middle. And they made duplexes, permitted as a conditional use in certain kinds of zones. But I think the language that I focus on are two key things. One is it's conditional, and there's criteria that's different than our typical BZA request. I mean, for the folks who watched the previous stuff, I mean, we're very constrained on does this have a finding of fact or not, and we don't have a whole hell of a lot of leeway. With the conditional permit process, we are empowered to use judgment. And in this case, when I think of that neighborhood in the context, the notion of the missing middle and doing duplexes, I don't think people were thinking of it in context of how can you take some kind of a maximable approach, if that's a word, to density for a duplex in this neighborhood, but what would be a more appropriate duplex that is congruent with the context of the surroundings. So when we apply the criteria, I mean, the only disagreement I have with the language in the staff report around the additional criteria applicable to conditional uses is that very last sentence in number 2, maybe, is it 2? No, it's number 1. Or I don't think this is congruent with the goals of the comprehensive plan, because I think the context of this particular property and its neighborhood is not congruent. And I mean, we can all have opinions, and I'll respect anybody who disagrees with me on this, but the code actually says that it allows context-sensitive multifamily redevelopment along higher volume roads. And I don't think this is context-sensitive. And that's just my opinion. And like I said, other people can disagree with me, and I won't take it personally. But I mean, I personally don't think it's consistent, and I would, as submitted, I would not support it.
Can I just make a quick note, because I appreciate that, and I think this is part of the gray that we are trying to kind of define. But I mean, I'll just say, I think there's a slippery slope here too, of the weeds we could potentially get into when we're presented, and as we've said, within the purview to see an approval and then swing that the other way, like a denial, and try to swing it. That you have to have very strong findings of fact to do so. I don't see that here. And to me, this has gone through the standardized process that we entrust to the city planners, who have the greatest qualifications, I would say, of knowledge of the UDO and the BZA in our purview, and even the gray area. So, I mean, to me, I support this. I continue to support these. If you want to bring an architectural review element to it, then you have to change our purview. Then clarify, if you would, for my sake of understanding.
Yeah, I mean, if you just look at the scale of the homes that are adjacent and in that area, you know, they're not 4-bedroom units. They're not 3, I don't think most of those houses even have 3 bedrooms.
Right, but we've approved several of these that have gone along the same.
I know, but the code, it's conditional. It's not absolute. If it was absolute, we wouldn't be even having this on the agenda.
Let me ask this, what's the by right project potential on this?
Well, so obviously a single-family residence would be the by right use. So, you know, just to kind of get at what I'm hearing the board kind of struggling with are some of the sections here. So the conditional use language really is looking at, is a duplex use appropriate here? You know, that's what it is really evaluating, and that's what this request is to allow for a duplex at this location. Right. So the things that we cited, or the citations we cited within this, related to the comprehensive plan that talks about these uses are appropriate on neighborhood edges. You know, this certainly is. You know, it's along a classified street, Henderson. It's an arterial road. So, you know, the other aspects that are within the board's review here are the use-specific standards that do talk about the 4 elements that are listed in staff's report, the roof pitch, front porch width and depth, front building setback, and vehicle parking access. And so we kind of struggled with this as well with staff. You know, you've only got 4 houses along Henderson Street to really kind of look at. You know, one is a 2-story, another is a 1-story, another is a 1.5-story, kind of 2-story. So you don't really have a really defining architectural style along Henderson Street. You know, certainly we understand, you know, the orientation of the roof pitch might be something that the board is queuing in on, but that isn't specifically one of the standards. It just talks about roof pitch and being similar. You know, so what that was trying to get at was, you know, you've got a flat roof building and you want to go into a neighborhood where you've got pitched roofs. You know, that's certainly not similar. So, you know, given the variety and really kind of low number of sampling to look at along this block face, you know, the roof pitch, the different elements is similar to the buildings that are along here. And like I said, again, there aren't a lot. But certainly if the board feels that this is not meeting the use-specific standards for that, you know, you have several choices. Obviously, you can continue it with recommendations to make alterations. You can deny it or approve it.
This isn't rhetorical. It's a real question. So, I mean, when we think about compatibility or being congruent, there's the form element of it for sure, but does the code envision the notion of scale? I mean, so I'm not talking about architecture, I'm talking about scale. You know, going from, I mean, it's one thing if you're talking about a duplex that has 2 2-bedroom units to a duplex that has, you know, 2 3-bedroom units. I mean, does scale matter when we're looking at the conditions and the criteria?
Yeah, so the scale kind of really only applies to those 4 things that I mentioned, the use-specific standards, the roof pitch, the front porch depth, the building setback. So, you know, we can kind of step through each of those. You know, the vehicle access, all the lots here have access from Henderson Street, so they meet that. Front porch depth, you know, there's only 2 houses on here that even have front porches, but this does have a front porch, so it meets that. You know, as I said, it's oriented, it matches the setback from the 2 houses to the north, so it's in line with that block face. You know, so the area, I guess, where there is some disagreement might be the roof design. And it doesn't, like I said, it doesn't specifically say roof orientation. You know, it just says roof pitch, general shape, size, and design. So design would be, you know, a pitch roof versus a flat roof. You know, there's a wide gamut there, and you, as Mr. Ballard indicated, you get on a slippery slope when you start talking about specific pitches, and we got into that with a different petition. So, yeah, that's where staff's coming from.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with Tim. I don't want to get into becoming the architect police. That's, I don't want us doing that.
I have a specific question. I mean, we know that just 2 blocks up, there's an apartment complex, or 2 blocks south, there apartment complex. I mean, you know what I mean? When you're talking specifically neighborhood, are we looking at just 1 block? Are we looking at this whole area?
No, so it just says block face, so that would be running from street to street. So you've got Allen Street to the north, and I think maybe Davis to the south. So this block face is defined by those 4 houses that are there.
So I think I might, Tim, maybe you can help me with this, because in looking at this particular petition, you know, I keep looking at this idea of increased residential densities, and I think about residential, and I think about that as people that move there to live there. And while there's apartment complexes, those are built as apartment complexes, and they probably have adequate places to park, et cetera, based on that type of development. And then the idea of you know, underutilized housing. So there's those apartment complexes that are nearby, so I don't think it's, you know, that this is a need in order to try to build up more, you know, since there are apartment complexes, actual complexes. So that's what I'm struggling with. It just, when I say I don't think it fits within this idea of it being within the goals of the comprehensive plan. I think the goals of the comprehensive plan, I would see that, or it seems to me, and you're going to be able to help me with this because, you know, you've been involved with planning, is it seems to me it means this is a residential area with families. And so if you build a duplex or a triple, it should be focused on maintaining that, you know, that residential makeup there. So that's what I'm struggling with. So how do I address that, you know, from a standpoint of, you know, approving this? Because even though we can't say, well, we know who's going to move in there, I think it's reasonable to assume that this is not really designed as a family unit, because this is not common to have a bathroom in every bedroom, but we do see that all the time in those duplexes that we have agreed to in past that are in more of a student housing area. That's what I'm struggling with. It just doesn't seem that it fits with what if the comprehensive plan is to increase housing that meets that makeup of that area. I don't know. I'm not in planning, so I don't know.
But I mean, I think Flavia and I mean, if not to speak for you, but in terms of being in housing, and in the years that we have and the data we collect on a daily basis as real estate agents, I can tell you, I know families that move into these. I have and that's proven because I work with them. So this isn't being, you know.
Okay, that I don't know, yeah.
What's that? Myself. So, yeah, I'm not going to debate this with the public. Right. This is a conversation here. Gladly debate it all day long outside of this meeting.
So continue with what you're saying. So that's kind of what I'm struggling with, because it doesn't feel like that it's meeting what the goal of the comprehensive plan is.
Okay, well, let me talk about family. You cannot define family. So when we're talking about fair housing, what is family? It could be a single person with a child, a single person with another single person. It could be, I mean, it's impossible to define, and especially because there are a lot of blended type of situations. So I don't think we can go there. I don't think we can go. It's
right.
not.
Fair housing protects this.
It protects
things for a very
people
legitimate
of
reason.
Every type of person. So I don't think it's something that we can define or design to receive a certain type of person in a
Yeah, and I'm asking simply because when you read the language, I mean, it seems that it's from the city report, it just seems that there might be, to me, there were some questions, but because of the way it's phrased, it's not really as clear, you know.
Yeah, and I think that's part of the gray, and that's part of the struggle that we're,
That's why I ask.
Yeah, kind of get our heads around too. I mean, I think.
I know we've done this many, many times, but in this case, I don't remember looking at something like this, right, you know, that butts up against the park like that. I know that
we've done a couple, like a block,
yeah,
very close to, that went through the multiple rounds and came together. We could probably go find out who lives
Well,
there.
that was 3-bedroom and.
Right, but again, I think Flavia's point is very valid. This is, again, where this is a slippery slope of,
Right.
is our purview the Fair Housing Act? And the discussions around that, as real estate agents upholding the law the way we do daily, we take it very seriously. And I think that's just where I can speak to it, I can back it with data, I can give you names. I've been doing it a long time, Flavia has as well. So people can question that, that's fine, I welcome it. But I think sticking to the purview, sticking to the design, if we want to make changes to the purview, let's make changes to the purview or the UDO. But what we have is what we kind of have. And I think it checks the boxes. And I don't want to undermine, I think that's another slippery slope of the astute nature by which planners study these things, reflect deeply on them with the UDO, come to the decisions not lightly at all, the way they do, and then present to us to say, here are our findings of fact. If you find contrary viewpoints as findings of fact, present as such. So we're
You
welcome
had
to
me
do
until
that.
that last part.
Okay.
Because.
Because I think, I mean, it's a conditional use, there's criteria, and the criteria that's set forth is not black and white. It requires judgment. And, I deeply respect this staff. We've disagreed on some stuff as a body with the staff, so that's not, an absolute either, one way or another, but it's not about it being a rental, and it's not about it, defining who's going to live there or not. I think it's more about, there's just some oddities of the scale that make it, in my judgment, from just an opinion, because it's requiring an opinion, it's not a math problem with a right answer, is the fact that you're creating a scale that's gonna, it's not gonna have adequate parking. Maybe it could, I guess, hypothetically, it could, but our experience is that the probabilities are that it will not have adequate parking. It doesn't mean that it absolutely won't, but just, you can't ignore the just the probabilities and the experience we have in this community, that having a 6-bedroom rental with parking for 2 is going to be adequate. But, I mean, I don't think this is an easy one by any stretch. So, I mean, I'm open to persuasion on this thing, but just my gut feeling is that it just doesn't feel consistent with the neighborhood.
So
I think
Eric-
I'm sorry, but I do think it comes back to if we're going to vote against it, what would be the findings of fact that we would
Correct.
would-
That is the problem.
Yeah, so it does come down to, despite misgivings, this is why I'm asking these questions, but despite that, ultimately, at the end of the day, if we're going to legitimately be able to vote against this, there would have to be findings of fact that would substantiate that vote. So if we're unable to find those facts, then it is clear. And so my question then would be to John. I mean, I have concerns about the parking as well. However, based on what the city has told us, it meets the requirements, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that's one of my big objections is I don't like how that's looking, but if it meets the code, it meets the code. So then the only other question, is there anything else that's happening here that would substantiate voting against it with findings of fact? Because if not, then it's a moot point, because we are not allowed to pass or deny a motion without having the appropriate findings of fact. We have to have that. Yes?
One question to staff. So looking at the driveway, when they're going to back their cars into, I mean, if they don't have the ability to if we put the parking in the back and they have the ability to turn around and come out facing the street, that is one thing. But if they're going to back up, just answering the question of Corey that brought up the intersection. How far are we from that intersection? Is that a safe turnaround? That's what I would like to know.
Yeah, give me just a second. I'm looking at something because there is something that I recall in the code about drives on arterial streets.
Correct, that's what I wanted to.
And it does require a turnaround if you're on an arterial. So give me
That's what I thought.
give me just a second. I'm trying to find that.
Well, and I think while you're looking for that, Eric, so that was the basis of my question about the tie, to be able, if we could have that addressed, that goes a long way to alleviating my concerns about the parking. But that would also allow a much more speedy return to ask for approval of this.
So if the petitioner's open to,
Continuing?
well, the pavers.
Yeah.
If he's open to the permeable pavers, which you said he was, that,
Well, I wasn't concerned about the coverage. I was concerned about just the aspects of the drive and it being complicated.
oh,
And and Flavia, I think, was the one talking about parking in the back or something. So what I'm saying is, rather than turn this into a 6-month turnaround, if there were to be a tie, if the petitioner doesn't withdraw, to say, okay, come back next month, and essentially, the tie makes it that, or else, yeah, we could ask them to continue. To address some of the concerns, because that is, to me, an issue for that.
just to clarify, it's late, 9 o'clock. Would the pavers, if they put the pavers in all the way to the back, would that alleviate any?
Well, if you go back and you park in the back, you can back out and then go forward.
Right. So
It
that would
had more to do with ingress and egress than it does with the pavers.
Not about purpose.
They can't turn around. It's about the turnaround. Okay.
It's just a matter of making that, because that will, in my mind, alleviate some of my concerns about in and out and problems that'll concern and things like that, with the two-car access.
When Eric's ready, I do have one question.
You'll wait? Oh, we have a question for Eric. Are you still looking for?
Yes, I was. I'm not finding it, but I'm pretty sure that there was something that talks about driveways on arterial streets.
Sorry,
Yeah, I'm good.
say that again.
Do we have to vote to continue beyond 9 p.m.?
To introduce a new petition, we will, yeah.
If that's what you'd like to do, yes. So do we want to wait for this answer, or do we want to make a motion? We don't have a motion from us, do we?
No.
1 minute.
So let's extend the time.
Oh, you're asking about that. We do have
Right,
to.
for the sake of the other petitioners.
Yeah.
We suspend the rules to extend the time of presenting past 9. I think.
I'm fine with that.
Then I would move to suspend the rules.
And I second it.
Okay, can we take a quick vote to suspend the rules so that we can continue to hear?
Yes, Ballard,
Yes.
Burrell,
Yes.
Fernandez,
Yes.
Throckmorton.
Yes, so suspended. Okay, go. So, we're going to wait for this answer here. The other one, I think even at this point, before a motion is made, the petitioner can just simply withdraw and present it to us next month, because no action's been taken, I believe. So either way, I think it can be done.
I'm not finding that section, and maybe I'm just misremembering, but I could have swore there was something that talked about requiring turnarounds.
So can I ask you a question, Eric? And this will help me understand, because the the way this is set up in terms of conditions, and I may have misinterpreted this, so the way the code's set up, it says there's additional criteria, and then it articulates exactly what those things are, being adequate public services and facilities, mitigates adverse effects. Are those the conditions that become kind of the constraints of?
Those are the review criteria for the conditional use itself.
Okay.
But we can add conditions.
I'm sorry?
We can add conditions.
Well, so the condition, so those are the conditions that a conditional use are evaluated on, and then we make findings of how this petition is meeting those conditions that are laid out in the UDO. I don't think the board can implement new review criteria.
No, sorry, I meant, there's two conditions right now.
Correct.
Oh, conditions of approval.
Yes, conditions of approval.
Okay, sorry, yes, you can certainly add conditions of approval.
We've done that many times.
So, and I kind of misstated I kind of lost my train of thought on that question. So when I was reading the code and it says allow context-sensitive, blah, 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 what's set out in the rest of the code under adequate facilities, minimize, mitigate, and it has criteria for adverse effects, those are basically the definition of the context that we're considering, or is it something more than that?
That's to you, Eric.
Oh, okay. I'm so sorry. Will you just say
Yeah,
that?
so it says that in the comprehensive plan, it says that these are permitted uses in these zones, but it should allow context-sensitive multifamily development along higher volume roads, blah, 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 blah. What I'm asking is that context, in effect, has been further defined within the code by the
yes, so the
conditional things that are set forth.
Specifically clarified with those use-specific standards here are the standards that you are evaluating that context sensitivity on.
Got it. That's
and keep in mind, the language in the comprehensive plan is very broad, trying to address a wide range of situations. And again, the conditional use requests here, or those standards, are specific to is a duplex appropriate at this location?
So we're in a position here, I'm sorry,
Well, no, I was going to say, maybe if you could clarify, just so the petitioner fully understands, like, what we're talking about. Yeah, what we're
well,
talking about.
I was going to say, the way I
are.
see where we are right now is we have as a board, we have the decision, do we want to make a motion, or do we want to discuss an alternate finding of facts that would allow for there to be the possibility of denying, okay? And if I understand the way it's gone so far, we have no findings of facts that would allow for us to deny this. We don't have that in front of us that would allow us based on what we're allowed to do. So therefore, then, it becomes, do we want to make a motion here by the board to say we would like to continue this to next month, and we would like to see some of the concerns addressed in the petition? Or, at this point, I think it's still up to the petitioner. He could withdraw if he'd like right now before we make a motion. I believe that's allowed.
We did find the citation that says that for single family, you're not allowed to back out onto arterial. So they would have to accommodate some sort of turnaround within the site to resolve that.
And I'm fine with doing that in the back. That's fine by me. I'll do that.
All right, so
can it be approved with an extra condition that says that it will need to be, that a third condition can be added to what you already presented? That
Yes, so the
says that a
petitioner will need to
turnaround
work with
has-
staff to provide parking that does not require back-out parking on Henderson. or back out.
So at the bottom of page 87, where the recommendations are, you would add a point number 3, which would be the language you'd like there.
Does that make sense, Eric?
Yes, yep, so you would just need to craft that to whatever condition you wanted to add to this.
So if you'd like to make a motion at this point on those grounds,
Sure.
Of course, you can absolutely do that.
And you guys help me with the third. So, motion to approve ZR 2025-12-0116 with the following conditions, the two as stated in the packet, and then a third being petitioner shall work with city planning staff in order to,
Design a turnaround, a driveway that turns around, so there's no backing up on the arterial road
to meet the
to meet the code.
And I have a motion and a second. So just again, overall, I mean, I struggle with this. However, there is no alternate findings of facts. We have no grounds on which we would be able to legitimately cast a no vote.
and we've got a petitioner willing to work with staff to
make the changes
come up with
requested.
a solution. That's a win.
For the parking and driveway, I just want to make
Yes.
sure I'm clear on
Right.
that. Yep.
Parking, turnaround, I'm more interested on that the cars are able to turn around so they do not back up into the arterial
I think it's great, yes.
road.
So this comes back to, on a larger issue, it comes back to just the way the code's written and how we're restricted.
Yes.
It does seem like it does, if we were able to find alternate facts, that would be different. We would be able to
And
consider.
I'm
this.
just going to make my semi-regular editorial comment for the benefit of our planning director, because I know they're contemplating further changes to the UDO. I find it troubling that our legislative body wants to accomplish things like this, but rather than just having the debate in the code and deciding we're going to do it or not, they pump these things as conditional uses to the BZA, and it puts us as a quasi-judicial body in a extremely limited posture, that people come before us expecting some kind of relief that we can't give. And they leave here as upset citizens because they feel like they haven't been heard, when they absolutely have been heard. And there's not a damn thing we can do about it. And so I just wish that as the staff moves forward with changes, that conditional uses need to be cleaned up. Either you want something or you don't. And let's have a debate at that level of, do we want these things or not? Because it puts the staff in a terrible position, it puts the BZA in a terrible position, and it leaves so many people absolutely dissatisfied with governance because they don't think they've been heard. And they've been heard, and we're sitting here going, hey, you know, we have constraints. We don't have we're not a legislative body. And I just wish that we would fix our code so that there's clarity and certainty, and have a debate about whether we're going to do things or not, and not dump things on the BZA when we're, constrained. So,
And I'd like to thank
Sorry.
the board for taking the time to talk this through, help everyone understand.
and it
I
helped me
appreciate that.
understand the code better. I appreciate it.
And I think, I'll just go one step further and say, I think David is very much open to this very thing. I think we had the person in position as director who's done a whole lot in a very short period of time, taking us in the right direction that we've needed for 15 probably years. And so I do think, I appreciate that very much, because it's passion and it's what we need to see happen. And I believe we've got the leadership, and I would say David is definitely the person to help us get there.
Do we have any further comments from the board or questions before we call the question? Anything further? No, this is actually a motion in front of us to approve the motion as stated by Mr. Ballard,
With an extra condition.
with that third condition as stated about the turnaround. Any further discussion? If not, I'll call the question.
Ballard,
Yes.
Burrell,
Yes.
Fernandez. Yes. Throckmorton.
Yes. We're in a position where we suspended the rules, but are we allowed to hear another one if we want, or we're out, we can recess? Sorry? Yeah, can we take a 3-minute break and then continue? Let's try to get another one in, please.
Yes.
Thank you. All right. In session, thank you for that break. It's now 20 minutes after 9. We will be going to ZR 2025. Let me get to the right page. 2025-12-0117, correct?
Yes, so that's the next petition. We just wanted to make sure we understood the board suspended the rules. Were there any clarifications on adjustments to the scheduled timing?
No, we will be hearing, and at this point, there's no additional addendums at this point.
Okay.
If that changes, we'll address it. Okay, so we are at ZR 2025-12-0117, and that's page 102 on our packet if you're following along. Let me just get the name on this, and that is, here we go, Rusty Wampler. And if I could have a staff report, please.
Sure thing. David Brentez, zoning planner. So this is a petition at 105 East Driscoll Street. The request is a conditional use duplex on a residential small lot. So that would be R3 zoning district. So here you can see that to the north and the east and the south, it's zoned R3, and to the west is MM. There are multifamily dwellings to the west, and there are other single-family dwellings in R3. So the comprehensive plan designation is a mixed urban residential, so that is single-family residences and larger 2 to 4 story apartment buildings as described in the comprehensive plan. It says that there are lots of bungalows less than 2 stories that were mostly built prior to the 1950s. And the district is essentially built out, so the most appropriate development of the activity is the rehab of older structures for residential uses. So here's the site plan. We've got very minimal exterior changes other than the driveway. We were just looking at this plan and making sure that it did not exceed the maximum drive cut. And there is now going to be an entrance, if you can see my mouse here. So it's a 2-story building, and I believe it will have 2 beds on the bottom and 1 on the top. The petitioner can clarify that further. So there's existing 3 bedrooms, and then the stairs will be taken out, and the units walled off from each other as required, and then there will be 3 units, 3 bedrooms as there were before the work. So that part is not really changing. To the west, there's a door that kind of exits into the driveway, so that's another reason that the parking space is moving. So it's moving north along that alley that's to the west of the property, and it is a compliant size, and it provides the 1 required parking space. That's the west elevation of the door. East elevation, no changes. And this is the north and the south. The existing house. So far, we can see that this meets the use-specific standards for duplexes. The petitioner, Rusty Wampler, presented to the Bryant Park Neighborhood Association. The amount of bedrooms is well under the maximum allowed, and the entrances are properly located. The units are separate from each other. This is also congruent with the comprehensive plan designation of mixed urban residential. It is, as the petitioner has stated, it is going to be a rehabilitation of this structure, and it fits very well in that it won't really change substantially on the outside. In regards to utilities, no major issues have been identified. It will stay connected to all the existing city water, sewer, and everything. As far as the natural and scenic features, nothing will really change. The current house will remain mostly the same, but there will be minor aesthetic improvements on the front porch and the back porch. The petitioner proposes to construct a 6-foot-tall wooden privacy fence along the north property line. The structure is historically contributing, but the scope of work is not impacted at all by demolition delay. And there's no phasing proposed. So the department recommends that the BZA adopt the proposed findings and approve ZR 2025-12-0117 with the following conditions. The first one is that they need a hand permit before the units are rented, a permit from the building department, the construction of the front porch, if any repairs or replacements are done, must meet the applicable standards in the UDO, namely setbacks, and a maximum of 1 drive cut is permitted. So that's just going back to the removal of the 1 driveway and the addition of 1 to the north. And it must be located on the alley as is shown in the plans.
Thank you.
That's the end. And let me know if you have any questions.
All right, we'll go to the petitioner. You've already signed in. Give me your first and last name.
Rusty Wampler.
Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, you have 20 minutes.
Yes, I think David said pretty much everything. Thank you. I'm not changing too much, just about, shortening the front porch up to make it more uniform with the house, getting the sides away from the windows or the railings. Just moving the drive that went to the garage to the backyard. Other than that, looking forward to making it a nice little house.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I thought you were done. That was for staff. So with that, we're back to the board. You were finished, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. No, at this point, we're back to the board for any questions of the petitioner or staff. Any questions? All right, so we're to the public for comment. Anyone who'd like to comment on this, please come forward, sign in. You already signed in, correct? Yeah. Okay, yeah, you don't need to do it again, nor do you need to swear in. Go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I want to thank this developer for taking this little house that's burnt out. And something he did not say, but he said to the neighborhood association, is the reason why right now it has 3 bedrooms. And he could go with that if he wanted to. He could go with more. But he said, I'm changing it around because I want to make a nicer living situation for my renters. And that little house I could see in the future, maybe he gets old, like I did, and he would want to live on one of the floors and have a caretaker there. I can see all kinds of ways of that having adaptive reuse into the future, and I applaud that. And I know many of the neighbors, some that were here, some that never showed up tonight, said, oh, I'm so glad he's saving that sweet little house. It's actually a Sears and Roebuck kit house. It was built in 1928. It is on a historic registry of sorts. And so I just want to compliment him and say, good.
All right, and we have someone else. Did you already sign in as well? Go ahead, please.
John Lawrence. I just wanted to say, this is what I think a duplex should be like. This is what it should be like in the neighborhood. And it's a shame that we couldn't have had this outcome before. But anyway, totally support it. I think, as Jan said, the neighbors really liked what they saw when they came to our neighborhood meeting. And so we support this. Thanks.
Anyone else in the public that's in chambers would like to speak, come forward. And can we also check online?
If there's anybody online, please use the raise hand function and we can recognize you.
Is that chat up there? Was that, okay.
There's nobody in the chat so far.
All right. With that, we'll go back to the petitioner. If you have anything further, now is the opportunity to speak. Use the remainder of your 20 minutes.
I just want to say I really appreciate the comments and all the neighbors. Just really nice people. If they ever want to come forth and give me their opinion and on anything, I definitely will take it.
Okay, thank you.
that's it.
Back to the board for any questions, further discussion, or a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt the proposed findings and approve ZR 2025-12-0117 with the following conditions as stated in the packet, 4 conditions.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion from the board?
Just one comment. I just want to thank the petitioner for making the investment in this neighborhood. I know that there's a lot of issues, and your willingness to do that is appreciated.
Any other comments or questions before we take a vote? Seeing none, I call the question.
Ballard.
Yes.
Burrell.
Yes.
Fernandez. Yes. Throckmorton.
Yes, passes 4-0. Thank you. We'll move on. This is variance ZR 2025-12-0119, page 117 in the packet. And this is Monroe County School Corporation. Can I please have a staff report?
Yes, this is a request from the Monroe County School Corporation for property at 3901 North Kinzer Pike. This contains the Bloomington High School North School. So the petitioner is coming forward tonight to request a variance from the maximum number of electric vehicle charging stations that are required for a use. The property has been developed with the school and many outdoor recreation areas. The petitioner is looking to relocate an existing parking area on the property in order to allow for an expansion of outdoor recreation facilities. With the installation of the new parking area, it is required to meet all of the requirements of the UDO, including landscaping and the installation of electric vehicle charging. So the UDO requires parking lots over a certain size to install electric vehicle charging stations. Based on the 268 parking spaces that are proposed in this lot, they would be required 11 electric vehicle charging stations. So the petitioner is requesting a variance to not require any electric vehicle charging stations on the site. So with the various variance findings, we did not find any injuries to the public health, safety, morals, or general welfare, with the condition that's listed in the staff report that at least a minimum of 3 electric vehicle charging stations are required. We did not find any negative impacts on adjacent use and value of the petition. In regards to the use or the strict application of the terms of the UDO, which is always the hardest one with these situations. Given the large amount of the property that is used for outdoor recreation facilities, sporting events, and limited area that is available for parking, there are also various constraints on the site as well in terms of where parking can occur. Limiting these few spaces because they are restricted to electric vehicle charging only, would impact the number of spaces available. However, there is a very important need, and this was something that was the main reason why electric vehicle charging stations were implemented in the zoning code. Was when you have large parking lots, we want a certain amount of electric vehicle charging stations to promote that use within the community. Especially situations where these are destinations, people are driving from far away. We want to promote the use and accessibility of electric vehicle charging stations. So while we do recognize that having 11 might be a little much for this use, we do feel that having at least 3 is a very simple and basic request condition of approval that helps have electric vehicle charging on the site for people that will be traveling here. So the board is recommending approval with the 1 condition that is listed in staff's report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Petitioner present? If so, have you signed in?
Yes.
State your first and last name.
Andrew Knust.
Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You'll have 20 minutes. You may use all that time now or hold some in reserve.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm Andy Knust, civil engineer with Bledsoe Riggert Cooper James, representing Monroe County Community School Corporation for this project. The primary purpose of the project is to expand athletic facilities for Bloomington High School North. We'll have a new soccer complex built with this project, new throwing sports facilities, and new concessions and locker room facilities adjacent to the football and track and field stadium. So that's the primary purpose, but a sort of secondary function of the project is to relocate the existing lower lot up to this space between the football stadium and the school. And really, you know, that's necessary to get the new soccer complex is going to replace part of the lower lot. But also, like, the lower lot has been kind of a problem for North High School over the years. It's more remote and, you know, therefore a little more challenging to supervise. And so there have been, you know, safety and security issues associated with lower lot. So bringing it up closer to the school, closer to the football stadium, brings it closer to the intended uses, and also actually really provides for much better accessibility. Like, new ADA parking will be provided for the events at the football and at the school. And it's important to note that we're not actually increasing the total parking on the campus. Like, the new lot will have almost exactly the same number of parking spaces as are in the current lower lot. And during large events, which frequently happen at the school, all those parking spaces are needed. Like the commencement ceremonies, football games, concerts, etc. So there's not a surplus of parking on the campus. So every one of those spaces is important. And the UDO requires EV parking, which, you know, we understand the goals of, you know, of electric vehicles, more sustainable transportation, like MCCSE supports those goals. And Sam's going to tell you a lot more about how MCCSE does that. But requiring exclusive availability, those are the words used by the UDO, exclusive availability of those parking spaces is, you know, really, that's kind of where the problem lies here, because, you know, MCCSE, it's our community school corporation. Like, the mission is to provide equal educational access and facilities for everybody, the entire community, regardless of what kind of car you choose to drive. So requiring 11 EV parking spaces exclusively for drivers of EV is kind of counter to the mission of MCCSC. And you know, one detail of that is, like, one of those EV parking spaces also has to be at an ADA parking space. And the consequence of that is that, you know, for all the infrastructure required, the conduits, the wiring, you know, for all these EV charging pedestals, like, then all those EV pedestals, to make efficient use of that infrastructure,
recording stopped,
end up being co-located right next to the ADA parking, which is, of course, preferred parking right up close to the front doors of the facility. So there, all this results in sort of a perception of preferred treatment for people who choose to drive EVs, right? So whether that's really the goal or not, there's this perception of privilege, right? So that's part of the reason that we're arguing against the requirement for EVs on this project. And in addition to that, like, it comes with real cost. Like, in order to serve even one EV parking space, it will require a whole nother transformer to be installed, a whole nother service point from Duke Energy to provide even one EV parking space. And we understand the cost. Like, we've bid this project out, public bidding. We had an alternate on the bid specifically for the EV charging spaces. So we know the real cost to MCCSE for 11 parking spaces would be $92,500. That's the real price tag. So depending what we choose, depending how it's decided tonight, we'll either have to take that $92,500 out of the project budget to install these EV charging spaces or not. And reducing it to 3 it's not like a third of the cost, right? It's well more than half. So because of the transformer, the service, like all that is a lot more than just 3% of the cost, right? Or 3/11, I guess. In any case, like the cost is real. And that's just to install the charging pedestals. Like there's also the question of the monthly billing, because all the use on each of those charging pedestals will be billed by Duke directly to our community school corporation. And like MCCSE can't afford to like provide free charging to whoever chooses to, come into the high school parking lot and park their car overnight and charge up the battery, right? So then there's this whole issue of how does MCCSE recoup that cost? Like they have to come up with a billing system to charge users of the EV charging pedestals. Like this is a whole burden on our community school resources that is, it's an unintended consequence of the EV requirement, but it comes at a real cost to our community schools. So, but all that said, like MCCSE is a strong proponent of electric vehicles and sustainable transportation, and I'd like to introduce Sam Fleener. He's the Director of Construction for MCCSE. He's going to tell you more about that.
Sam, if you go ahead and sign in.
Yep, I'm signed in.
Okay, state your name.
Sam Fleener.
You affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, continue. You have 13 minutes left.
Yeah, I'll try not to bore you. I've been up since 4:30 chasing a snowstorm that we weren't expecting. So just to kind of piggyback off of what Andy said, the school corporation is heavily invested in EV. So we currently have 44 EV school buses. That's leading the state in terms of K-12. We've got 54 chargers on the transportation lot. The main component to this is that those chargers that we have at transportation do not have to have a payment method. We're able to charge because it's our own buses. So this does, like Andy said, even if we have to put these there, now we have to pay a service of some sort to be able to collect payment. And then there's also the equity piece. Like we have 23 schools, so the only school that's going to have chargers is North High School. And we do have, the vision would be to grow EV throughout our district, but we feel like this is kind of rushed into this project, and we would want to be able to gather more time to make sure that the EV chargers are in locations that are in alignment with all the other buildings. I just think that there's a lot of factors, and like Andy said, it doesn't matter if we put in 3 or 11, the cost is the infrastructure that we have to include to put them in. So we would just ask that you take that into consideration whenever you make the decision, and just know that we are heavily invested in EV, and that we're trying to also juggle everything with the Senate Bill Act that cut our budget by a significant amount. So I appreciate your time, and thank you very much.
Thank you. We're back to the board. Please be standing by in case we have any questions for you. Back to the board for questions of staff or petition.
I have a question for the petitioner. So if I understand what you're saying is that you oppose the condition for the 3 charging stations.
Yes, that's correct. We would prefer to install 0 EV charging pedestals at this parking lot for this project. And, the reason for that is really the, if we're going to implement charging for public use, like MCCS, we would want to do that in a strategic way.
All right, thank you.
Across this corporation.
Any other questions?
Just real quick, what's the cost then? Three versus 11?
I don't have an exact number for 3 chargers, but it's going to be well more than half of that 92,000, like, let's say 50,000.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Any other questions? All right, we'll go to the public for comment. Is there anyone in chambers wanting to comment on this? Anyone online?
Yes, we do. We do have one member. Hopi, you should be able to speak.
She's already sworn in, so please go ahead.
Great, thank you. This is Hopi Stasberg again, commenting solely as a resident community member who owns an EV and also has 2 children at North High School. And those kids are like sports kids, they run, and so I've regularly driven to other destinations in order to see them run. And I mean, I own an EV. I'm really a strong proponent of this concept. But in this case, having kind of done that experience, I guess as, once again, purely a resident who's thinking practically about our school system and not wanting them to spend money on things that aren't, that are going to be lightly utilized. And the normal course of this parking lot, like, once again, like I have kids in the school, this parking lot is normally during the day pretty used by kids who are driving less than 10 miles, probably for the most part, to school, parking, and then home. Similarly with teachers, they're not going to be driving so many miles that not charging during the day is going to be this hardship. You know, as an EV owner, like that's just kind of part of it. And it feels to me like that would, in a lot of ways, be a misuse of their funds in this location because of how seldom they would end up being used. And I really appreciate that argument of wanting to be strategic about how they would implement something like that. And they cited that cost. I'm not sure if that cost includes any of the ongoing yearly costs of maintenance and management of that payment system that they would have to do. And I'm not sure in such a lightly used area that would actually, I mean, that might actually end up spending them more money than they would make in terms of recouping any costs from fees. So I guess I'm supportive of the school system in this regard. Thank you and have a great night. And thanks for staying late. You guys are troopers.
Anyone else online wishing to comment?
If there's anybody else online, please use the raise hand function and we can recognize you. I'm not seeing anybody.
We are back to the board. I'm sorry, back to the petitioner. If you have any final comments, now is the opportunity. Otherwise, we'll go to the board for motion.
Thanks for staying up late for us.
Thank you. Back to the board.
I have some questions. So I guess this is for the petitioner. Have you researched about having some sort of, I mean, there are charging stations everywhere, in supermarkets. Supermarket is not paying. I mean, you have to go and you pay. Is there any kind of program that it's out there that you investigated that might work with schools or public situations like this, so it does not cause, maybe they help pay for the infrastructure to install their chargers on your property? I don't know, and I don't know about it. I'm just asking if you investigated anything, or if you just did the math and said, oh, this doesn't work, it's too much.
Please come to the podium.
Yeah, I would say that our main focus as of right now over the last 5 years has been strictly on the buses. So there hasn't been the time to be able to go out and branch to the buildings. We do have hopes to get there at some point, and I think that the amount of money that we've invested, I hope, shows some trust that we are moving in that direction. I mean, as far as even going as small as the last zero-turn mowers that we've bought have all been electric mowers. I mean, that's a goal of ours. So we have not looked into those specifics, but we're not against that. It's just that time hasn't come. I know that the goal originally was to try to get through the transportation and make sure that we were as close to being a complete EV fleet with the buses.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments?
So to the petitioner, what's your argument to have none of these other than cost incurment? Just because we have to do the findings of fact to back this up.
Well, there's the notion of having exclusive access for the EV parking spaces, even if it's just 3. Those are 3 spaces that can't be used by anybody else unless you drive an EV vehicle, which are becoming more common for sure. But it's kind of philosophically counter to the mission of MCCSE to provide resources that serve everybody regardless of what vehicle you choose to drive. So there's that argument. Also, like providing charging in on the school grounds, like there's no gas station on MCCSE properties. Why should there be fuel for EV cars? Like, there's just philosophical arguments.
But code requires it.
Okay.
That's not philosophical. That's code.
Okay.
Just
fair.
so we're, again, talking in apples to apples kind of terms, because we have to have concrete facts, findings of fact. We can't, we have to base that on to overturn what.
The cost of the infrastructure is, it's not, the cost of the infrastructure, the charging, like MCCSE is furthering the goals of electric vehicles and sustainable goals for, our community through their investment in the buses and the, solar panels on many of their facilities, like on North High School, the roof is covered in solar panels, like they're.
And that's great, that's wonderful. We all want to see that. I guess I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, it's okay.
The facts of finding, I'm just kind of having a hard time on that.
Right.
See, I guess on this one, Tim, I don't have a problem with it, because I think if you're looking for, a finding as it relates to, would it be not injurious to the public health, safety, and morals, I don't see how you can say 11 versus 3, there's any distinction. I mean, if it's really injurious to the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare, I don't see how, requiring 3 versus 11 is going to have any kind of material difference in that kind of impact. I think what I find compelling is the school corporation has made significant investments to advance the goals in driving more towards EV infrastructure and transportation system. I think that if we ask them to look more holistically about how we address that and encourage that, there's probably some better solutions than requiring 3 EV stations at this particular location. I think there's probably a comprehensive way to do it that actually could become candidly a revenue source, but it wouldn't be at these 3 locations. It'd probably be somewhere else. So, I'd like to make a motion that we amend the proposed finding 1 and simply delete the last sentence of that first paragraph, and then also amend the recommendation and put a period after findings so that it would read, the department recommends, strike department and say, amend the recommendation to say that the BZA adopts the proposed findings and approves the variance, period, and delete everything else. That's kind of my motion.
So in other words, to get rid of the need to put any in.
Because I think if we really feel that this is quote-unquote injurious to the public health, safety, morals, general welfare, it's either all or nothing.
I understand that. I can speak to it from a different side, which is, you know, the question of even if I was a teenager 2 miles down the road and my parents had me driving an electric car, you'd be surprised how many times sometimes you fail to charge overnight, and you don't have a choice. You can't sit at your house and charge it up so you can go there and back. You know, having one or two, I don't think is necessarily a bad thing. I have certainly been in a situation as an EV driver where it's a matter of there's nothing around. And having one or two, to me, I don't see a need for 11, but I also wouldn't mind having one or two. If you have families who drive there for a football game or for track that are driving EVs, they would appreciate it. Now, the question really becomes, how do you make it affordable? And that is, yeah, you would maybe have to find someone that's willing to put that in because, you know, you swipe a credit card, all that stuff, if they're going to put it in as an investment. You know, I get that. So, I mean, I'm not inclined to do away with it altogether. However, if the motion is made, I'll simply vote against it, but it will probably pass, and that's okay. But from my standpoint, having even one is valuable. And I've been in the situation more than once. I've had to go to Fort Wayne, and if they didn't have chargers in a hospital, you know, parking lot, I would have been in trouble. You know, so I get it, but that's a selfish personal anecdote. That's not something where, you know, I want to necessarily put the burden on, especially a public school.
Yeah. No, and I appreciate, John, you saying that, because I think that helped get me there, which is, right, just like I did with, why would you add $30,000 onto a house, right? Why would we incur this on the school when you're on the cutting edge of EV, which you've proven, and that's,
yeah.
But, you know, I would say, well, why even provide parking spaces? You know, I mean, you could, for me as an EV driver, you can always spin it out, you know, and I get it. Yeah. So that's why I say I'm not going to try to stand in the way of a motion that John just made. But in good conscience, I can't vote for it, but that'll be fine because it looks like it'll pass. I mean, I wouldn't mind if you changed it to one, you know, but having something on site.
Yeah, I just think that the practical economics of it are such that requiring one or even three, you're still going to incur the majority of the cost of the infrastructure. Yep. And if you're going to require them to do EVs, you know, is that the location we would want them?
That's a good question.
So going back to our code and the comprehensive plan has been established, so we move towards a goal. And the goal is that we want to promote people to drive electric cars, correct? So that has been a goal. Everywhere, any commercial building that is done, any apartment building that is done, we require them to put electrical chargers. So here we are, oh no, we're not going to require in this case because they're being good, because they're doing the, I don't think we should, I think it needs to be objective. This is something that the city of Bloomington is promoting. I think it's, I drive an electric car, and there are several times that you are on a bind. And if you drive to see somebody competing in another school and you get there and you're low, are you gonna have to miss the meet and go to Walmart? You know, I mean, it's just, I understand it's $92,000 for 11 spaces, but I think if we're gonna promote this, it's time for figure it out what works. So what works? That's why I was asking, you know, the petitioner. Have you asked anybody else? Have you done any research about this? I'm sure there are programs out there, federal programs that will help install. I mean, everybody's trying to do, you know, to have clean energy. So I'm sure there are programs or some sort of grant, something that can help with the financial difficulty. I'm having a hard time here because the only argument is finances. That's the only argument that was presented. And the way it is inclined, I will not vote, I'll vote against what the petitioner is asking, so.
And I'm looking at it too from having 3. You're going to have a marked increase in the number of students that are driving electrics. It's just going to happen. And again, it's a matter of, just the nature of the way it works is having EV cars sitting in your lot that can't be moved because they're out of juice is quite conceivable for students. Now, that's not to say that you should incur that cost because of that. I'm just saying that it would serve the student population down the road. I don't think 11's necessary, but that's why I'm saying I don't have a problem with asking for 3, even 1, because it will serve the students down the road, especially if they're there late at a track meet or late at a football game or football practice, and they need a charge, And if you look around, there's no charger in that area at all. So I get why the city wants to do it, and I see what their idea is, which is to expand the service. Why they don't subsidize it, that's a different issue.
And I would task, I think, the petitioner, these are all valid, very good points, but I would almost task you guys with, like Flavia and really Johnson, a different way. It's on you guys as the petitioners to potentially go supplement this, go dig into finding, and as a former educator, I know that's extremely hard in this environment we're in, of finding the funds for this to be able to support what the code really does require us to do. And I think that's a critical aspect of this because, I think that could be part of, I'm just talking kind of out loud in terms of both sides of this, where's a common ground, but also what's left, the work that's left for you guys to do to find some kind of funding to support this, whether it's private business or public endowment grants. I'm not sure. It's not our world up here, but that's just kind of where I'm trying to reconcile, I guess.
Yeah, and as you go to electric, more and more electric buses and things to the school system, they've got to have charging set up anyway. And can that be there's a lot of things there. So, I mean, I know how I feel about it, but I don't think I can, I'm with Flavia, I don't think I could say, no chargers.
I really have no intent of offending people or anything, but, EVs are not readily available for the mass public, just economically. And we're imposing on the school corporation additional costs at a time when we know they're going to lose like $30 million over the next few years. I think it's reasonable to put that in context of whether, is this going to serve, as was said before, the broad objectives of the comprehensive plan. I'm not sure the marginal expense that we're putting on taxpayers in the support of the school is going to really outweigh the benefit, or the benefits are going to really be justified by that. I just don't, it's just my opinion, but, we don't have a second for my motion, so it is what it is.
Do we have a second?
I mean, can I second, so discussion can?
Yeah, you can continue.
You don't need a second if you're not going to vote for it.
Well, I don't know.
I mean, if you support
Save
it,
the
second,
time.
and we can discuss, yeah. I don't disagree with what John just said. It makes a lot of sense. I'm just trying to, it's just I know that 5 years ago I wasn't in the market for one, but I found it for the same prices I would have paid for my car, so my gas car. I get it. I really get it. And I think that's maybe that is an argument that you should look at. Is this the best use of public funds at this moment? Is that enough to go against code? Because, again, it's cost.
Yeah, my,
It's hard to say when you talk about athletics versus a
pardon me?
It's hard to make that argument when you're talking about an athletic facility.
That's huge. It's right next to the school. It's right outside the wall.
But this is this part, I know it's part of the complex, the sports complex that's being built, correct? So then you're relocating the parking lot to enhance that, correct?
Yes, the parking lot is being relocated, but it's right in between the school building and the football stadium.
What is the cost?
It will serve the school, it will serve educational purposes just as much as
Sure.
athletics.
So what is the cost of the entire build that you're doing right now?
The entire project is $8 million.
$8 million.
Yes.
So we're talking 50,000 out of 8 million,
Yes.
or
But
40,000 out of 8
$8 million is for a entirely new soccer complex and like concessions and restrooms.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
There's a
whole
lot.
thing. So, I mean, typically in a project, when you do a project of that size, you expect some sort of, what is the percentage above of what, that goes above and of what you expect that you would spend?
Yeah, like the contingency
Yes.
budget, sure, but like there will be other things coming up that we
No, I
prefer to spend
understand, but
contingency
what is
funds
the
on.
percentage that you usually have for a project of that size?
Oh, like 5%?
5%? Yeah, I'd say it's more, but,
Yeah, I mean, yeah, typically 10% is like
yeah.
pretty standard, I would say.
Yeah.
In terms of big development projects.
Well, we try to design our projects a little tighter.
And I appreciate that.
I'm just trying to put this into perspective.
Yes, right.
It's a large project.
It
And
is.
we're talking about, 3 EV spaces. So that's why and that money for the project has been allocated already?
It has.
Yeah, so you already have the money for it, yeah.
That's 0.006%. That's a fraction of a percent
For 3.
for 3.
Yeah. And as I said, to me, it wouldn't matter if it was 1. It's just to have it there, I think there's a value. But again, I don't have students there. It's hard for me to talk on that, but do I think my money that I pay in taxes that do go to the public schools would be useful to funnel the 0.0006 or whatever to it? I would say, yeah, I do think it's valuable. I think that there is a need to continue to do these types of things. But I could be swayed if there were a good finding of fact that made sense. I don't want to stand in the way of what the board thinks is the best way to proceed. But we do need a motion in order to know which way we're going to go here.
I'm going to restate my motion as soon as I can pull this up. I am going to, I'll make the motion that the BZA adopt the proposed findings and approve the variance with the one condition recommended by staff.
That includes the 3?
Yeah. I mean, let's
All
just
right.
put
Do
it
I have
on
a
the
second
table.
for that?
I second.
Okay, we have a motion with a second. Is there any further discussion? I do want to bolster and reinforce what Tim was saying. It makes a lot of sense. And I would say right now that if it had come back and the city said you got to put 11 in, I wouldn't vote for that either. But I do appreciate a very small amount going to this because I do think in the end there'll be a value.
I'm going to vote for this because I think two things are true at the same time here.
Yeah.
I think this percentage matters, and I also think, as John stated, as what's happening on a federal level, I have a deep ethical stance on public education and the support of public education and what we burden them when they're already in an extreme environment under duress. But I think both things can be true in this, and I think both things matter deeply. And I think I would task your group with getting very creative because that's what educators are forced to do in these times.
Any further discussion?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, any further discussion?
No.
All right, I'll call the question.
Ballard?
Yes.
Burrell?
Yes.
Fernandez?
Yes.
Throckmorton?
Yes. The motion passes. So they get a variance with a total of 3 charging stations. Let's go to the last item on our agenda. We're going to try to get through this here. It's ZR 2026-02-0002, and this is page 128 of our packet, and it is Marvin S. Veach, and may I have and the owner is Jackson County Bank. I'll wait a second. You guys okay? You good? Okay. And staff report, please.
Okay, thank you. This is Jamie Kreinler, Senior Zoning Planner. So this request is a administrative appeal of a staff determination regarding 2 wall signs above the roof line of the building, and this is for the J.C. Bank at 3002 East 3rd Street. It's zoned mixed-use corridor, MC zoning district, and as I mentioned, it's the site of the new J.C. Bank. So the applicant applied for a sign permit on November 25th, 2025. The permit submission included the request for 2 wall signs on an architectural feature that extends above the roof on the north side of the J.C. Bank building. And you can see here what it's proposed to look like. Each of the proposed wall signs is roughly 40 inches tall by 126 inches wide. They're each 35 square feet in size. And staff was unable to approve these 2 signs because the proposed signs are located above the roof line of the building. UDO section 20.04.100 F3 regulates prohibited sign locations, and it reads that signs shall not be installed at any of the following locations: on the roof of a building or extending above the eave, roof line, or parapet of a building. In reviewing the sign permit request, the department also reviewed the UDO definitions for a wall sign and a parapet. A wall sign is defined in code as a sign attached to and or integral with the exterior wall of a building or structure with the exposed face of the sign in a plane parallel to the plane of the exterior wall and that does not project more than 12 inches from the exterior wall surface. And a parapet is defined as that portion of a wall that extends above the roof line. Staff determined that since the location of the signs on the architectural feature of the building was not in a plane parallel to the plane of the exterior wall beneath it, nor on a parapet, the location was identified as a prohibited sign location. The location of the signs is above the roof line of the building, and the roof line was determined to be the width of the facade facing East 3rd Street. So this is the site plan that was submitted by the applicant, and the red circle shows the location of the 2 proposed wall signs on an architectural feature facing East 3rd Street. On January 27th of this year, the applicant was informed of the formal staff determination, which read, at the staff level, it has been determined that the proposed signs are in violation of UDO section 20.04.100 F3. If you disagree with this determination, do not wish to modify the plans accordingly, you may administratively appeal the determination under UDO section 20.06.080D, and which must be filed within 10 days of the staff's decision. On January 29th of this year, 2 days later, the applicant confirmed that they would like to proceed with an administrative appeal for the wall sign. So that was within the 10-day period. Since this is an administrative appeal, the staff report, the code says we cannot make a staff recommendation, so I'll just leave it at that and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. As to the petitioner, I saw you both signed in. Can you state your first and last name?
Yes, Marvin Veach.
Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Is someone else going to speak as well?
Yes.
If so, can I just please do that as well?
Sure.
State your first and last name.
Melody Yarnell.
And do you affirm the testimony you're about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Adrian Reed.
Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And that's it, or one more?
Tim Overmeyer.
Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, so that takes care of that. You have 20 minutes.
I do think we have one online. I don't know if you want to take care of that now or not. Okay, no problem, no problem. No, well, again, good evening, and again, certainly want to thank the board for the continuance this evening. I know you all are working overtime to hear the remaining cases, so that is very much appreciated. As I stated, my name is Marvin Veach. I'm President, CEO of JC Bank. I have some other colleagues with me here this evening, Melody Arnell, who serves as our Senior Vice President, Chief Risk Officer and Management Services Officer, and Joe Green, who serves as our Assistant Vice President and Facilities Officer. We are actually, JC Bank's excited to expand our presence in the Bloomington area. And, after having taken possession of this property in December of 2023, our team met with city officials and to begin the preliminary site plan and going through those stages. As a matter of fact, during those initial conversations, there were some conversations regarding the signage. So, but before I get, I'm going to let Melody talk more in detail along those lines. But again, I think you saw in your packet, we did have letters of support from our professional partners, which included our general contractor, Strausser Construction, and GEI Consultants with Adrian, and our signage vendor as well, which is Tim Overmeyer. So, Melody, I'll turn it over to you if you would, please.
Also, thank you for the opportunity to meet with you all tonight and for staying late to hear our appeal. So, as Marvin mentioned, we did purchase the property at 3002 East 3rd Street, and I believe that was in 2023. And we are now in the process of renovating that building and the property, which was formerly Joella's Hot Chicken. We are here to appeal the City of Bloomington Planning and Transportation Department's decision to deny J.C. Bank's permanent signage application because the two wall signs facing East 3rd Street are not allowed per the UDO section 20.04.100 as mentioned earlier. When I'm talking, I'm going to talk about the wing, which is the architectural structure that is on the front of the building. So when you hear me mention wing, that's what I'm referring to. So the reasons for our decision to appeal the planning department's decision is that early on when we were planning this project, we did have a meeting with a staff member at the planning department on August 1st. One, because we wanted to make sure that our site plan and our ideas were within the confines of the UDO. And during that conversation, we did discuss permanent signage requirements of the UDO, in which we talked about square footage requirements, placement, and such. During that conversation, the staff member obviously had drawings that were presented to them that showed the location of where we would like to put our signs. And it was never brought to our attention that the placement of the sign on the wing would not comply with UDO. So had that been brought to our attention, we definitely would have tackled that early on in the project because we do want to make sure that we are complying with the UDO to the best way that we can. Also, the proposed location of this signage is the approximate location that Joella's Hot Chicken had the signage. So, you know, we're not looking to make any major moves to what Joella's previously had. I also mentioned that the wing is a structural part of the building and has been in existence since the building was constructed in 2004. So the wing does enclose occupiable space within it on the interior of the building, and it has a roof membrane to prevent stormwater from entering the building. So even though the signage is above the main roof line, the wing still has its own roof line. And then you may also recognize that there are several businesses in the same vicinity of our building that has signage above the main roof line. So I'm going to now turn it over to our general contractor who is online, Ryan Strausser with Strausser Construction, for him to share a few thoughts, and then turn it over to Adrian Reed with GAI, which is our civil engineering firm.
All right, Brian, would you state your name? He's online.
Yes. It's Ryan Strausser.
Ryan, you should be able to speak.
Okay, can you hear me now?
State your name.
Ryan Strausser with Strausser Construction.
Do you affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Continue.
Yeah, I was asked by JC Bank just to kind of present my thoughts on the existing building, the structure, how it was constructed, because a big part of this is the bank is trying to reuse what was already there. So from a construction standpoint, the existing building has its perimeter walls. It has a main roof line that kind of goes over the top of the main body of the building, but this wing that is an architectural element also has a perimeter wall and has its own roof structure above. It extends back over top of the existing building occupiable space, so it in and of itself does have its own upper roof that to me could be defined as the roof of the building, which when it was permitted was under the allowable height. So I kind of encouraged the bank to look into that and see, okay, why is the lower roof line the one that's being determined to say the sign is above it? Why is the roof line that provides the thermal barrier for the building in that spot that is upper not being determined as that? Then the other part of it is if it's not going to be considered a roof up there, then this is still the exterior wall with the cladding on the building, even though it's perpendicular to the primary face, it still has a face that fronts towards 3rd Street. So if that is not a roof up there, that has to be a wall, and the wall would contribute as a parapet. And as the definition was put on the screen earlier, your sign is allowed to be on your parapet, to be a wall sign, not a roof sign. So just from a pure construction standpoint and what is built there, I feel like there's definitely an upper roof level, and then there is also an exterior parapet wall that's still part of the building. So that's all I have right now.
Thank you. Anything further, or are you going to hold your time in reserve? Thank you. You'll have 12 and a half minutes left if you choose to use that. With that, we are back to the board. Any questions for the city staff or for the petitioner?
Can I ask a procedural question?
Please.
So since this is an administrative appeal, we're going to either make a motion to approve the appeal or deny the appeal? Is that kind of the binary structure here?
Rather than to amend?
Correct, yeah. So you would make a motion to either approve or deny and then vote on that. So you don't have to make findings per se.
Right, it's just
Plus,
either
there's no
or.
amendments allowed.
What do you
There would be
mean?
no amendment to the appeal, like we wouldn't
No,
add
we're either-
conditions or anything.
No, correct.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, yeah, go ahead, Tim.
Just the first obvious question. Who was the meeting with? Who was present and what's in writing?
Who was present?
You referenced in the beginning, you said this staff person didn't bring this to our attention. So who was there? Who was present at that meeting? Who was the staff person who we're talking about? And then what was in writing from that meeting it's just trying to figure out the legality of what's binding here.
So the meeting was with Mr. Grulich. And as far as anything that's in writing, there is nothing in writing. It was just a formal or an informal conversation we had with him, just so that we understood what we needed to comply with.
I have a question for the petitioner. You mentioned, I think it was you that mentioned that this wing has usable space on the inside, so it's part of the floor plan, correct? Can you share that?
If you remember the old bakehouse, I think it's where the fireplace was.
Okay. So it's part of the floor plan?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions?
I'm going to make a motion that we...
Public comment. So we're to the public for any comment. Is there anyone in chambers who'd like to speak to this petition? Seeing none, is there anyone online who would like to address this petition?
If there is anybody online, please use the raise hand function and we can recognize you.
With that, the petitioner does have 12 and a half minutes if you'd like to make any additional statements before we go to the board for action.
I think we're good.
Thank you. Now, back to the board.
I'm going to make a motion that we approve the petitioner's request for administrative appeal regarding Jackson County sign.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? In that case, I'll call the question.
Well, wait, real quick. I'm confused because, so this is one person's word versus another?
Yeah, so Tim, I can address that real quick. So certainly I was involved with all the discussions on the site, looking at the signage. That didn't immediately jump out to me that was a roof sign because we had approved previous signs in this location. So as we discussed it further at a staff level, it was determined that it would be counted as a roof sign and we couldn't allow for another sign to be placed up there. So the petitioner is certainly correct. At the initial hearings, this was not something that was highlighted as a problem.
Okay, thank you. That's all I needed.
So we do have a motion and we have a second. Any further discussion?
Just to clarify,
Yep.
if I hear where Tim's going, I don't think the issue before us is an interpretation of a meeting. They had a hearing officer deny this request, and they have a right to make an appeal.
No, so they did not file for a variance. They chose to appeal our determination.
Okay. So regardless, that's the question. It's like,
Yes.
Yeah, it's basically if you agree with the staff determination that we can't approve the sign permit because it's above the roof line of the building, or do you agree with what the petitioner is saying and they're saying it is part of the building? That's basically the decision.
Yeah.
When I look at this, this is unique to me because it's part of the floor plan. I know it goes above the apparent roof line, and I think Mr. Strausser explained very, very well that it also has its own roof. So it has internal use on the inside. So it makes to me like it's part of the building. And so, yes, very confusing because when you look at it, you think the majority of the roof would be what sits behind. And this sits also above that roof line, because that structure goes above the roof line as well. So it is, and that's why I'll vote yes on this situation, because it is unique. It's not just an appendage to the building.
So a vote of yes would be to grant the appeal. A vote of no would be obviously to deny the appeal. So any further discussion? Seeing none, I will call the question.
Ballard. Yes. Burrell.
Yes.
Fernandez.
Yes.
Throckmorton.
Yes. The appeal has been upheld. I did have a question in the packet. The last 3 or 4 pages had something for the Trade Hotel. Was there just a stray something there?
There was a petition that went to the hearing officer on Wednesday of this week, and so if the hearing officer chose to forward that to the BZA, that information needed to be in the packet now in order for you to be able to hear that tonight. But the hearing officer did approve that, so it was not necessary for the board.
Okay, I also didn't see a formal, like, staff report that was attached to it. That's why I asked. There was a document, but it didn't look like it was a staff report. Was that a staff report?
Yep, so that's a great question, and this is something that you're going to be seeing a different version of as we move to make all of our documents ADA accessible. So the format of the staff reports will start to look like what you saw for that report.
Okay, understood. Is there any other business before this board? Seeing none, we stand adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you. And we want to thank you.